Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
That's it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Bon matin.
Bon matin.
Bon matin, everyone. It's Nicole. Just a reminder that the meeting is being live streamed to YouTube.
Welcome home. Glad you made it. Elon, right into a seat. Great. Let's put the bags down over here. Good. What can you do?
Good morning, everybody. We are going to get started here right away. We will ask Senator Murray to offer an opening prayer.
Bon matin, mes amis. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that our virtual meeting is taking place on the unceded traditional and ancestral territory of many First Nations across British Columbia. For me specifically, the Ktunaxa. Creator, we thank you for bringing us together today as Métis leaders. With respect, we ask you to open our hearts to listen to one another. Grant us wisdom to make honorable decisions. Guide our minds to serve our people well. Grant us the humility to honor our ancestors who walked before us. Help us to protect the future for generations to come and commit our efforts to strengthening our nation through unity and respect. May your discussions be productive and your spirits remain united. Merci.
Merci, Senator Murray. I will pass it over to our clerk to confirm our quorum.
Good morning again, everyone. We will start in alphabetical order for the quorum call. Dylan Adam, Vermilion Forks.
Present.
Melanie Allard, interim president.
Present.
David Allard, Salmon Arm.
Here.
Danielle Bergevin, MYBC chair.
Present.
Thank you. Caitlin Bird, Greater Victoria.
Present.
Zev Brewer, Cathet.
Present.
Topher Burke, Columbia Valley.
Present.
Ron Caron, Vernon and District. Ron, I saw you in the chat.
Yep, present. Yep.
Thank you. Carmen Carrier, MWBC chair.
Present.
I'm sorry?
I'm here.
Thank you. Rhonda Carrier, Vancouver Sea to Sky. Or is Jessica Hebert here? Okay. Bernadette Chaboyer, Northwest.
I'm here. Good
Nicole
morning.
Corson, West Kootenay.
Present.
Louis DeJagger, 2S MBC chair.
Present.
Lauren Dean, Mikisew.
Present.
Betty Deck, Moccasin Flats. Betty? Okay. Cheryl Dodman, Kelowna.
I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you. Kim Finlayson, Golden Years. Kim Finlayson. Deb Fisher. Oh,
Nicole, I just wanted to let you know that Rhonda is waiting to be let in.
oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't have the waiting room.
You called my name, Nicole. I'm here. Deb
Thank
Fisher.
you, Deb. All right, let's get this going again. Deb's here, yes. Brody Fisher, Two Rivers.
Yes, I am present.
Thank you. Paulette Flamand, Region 7 Director.
Present.
Rainy Gervais, Region 5 Director.
Present.
Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director.
Present.
Tracy Good, Fraser Valley.
Present.
June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot.
Good morning.
Good morning. Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director.
Present.
Lloyd Hogue, Mid-Island.
It's Brenda Fletcher for Lloyd Hogue today.
Thank you, Brenda. Susie Hooper, Region 6 Director.
Present. Good morning.
Travis Jobin, Columbia River. Okay, Terry Kennedy, South Okanagan.
Present.
Anthony Crillo, Surrey Delta.
Present.
Tara Langlois Young, Chilliwack.
Present.
Alan Lavalle, Region 2 Director.
Present.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley.
Present.
Tyler Massey, North Island.
Good morning. Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley and District.
Present.
Jordana Oliarni, Tri River.
Present.
And I apologize if I mangled your name. Mike Parody, Rocky Mountain.
Present.
Mert Servatius, Kootenai South.
Present.
Thomas Spence, Prince George.
Present.
Greg Stanwood, or is it Zelda this morning? From North Fraser. Okay, Joy Sundin,
Present.
Marlene Swears. I saw Marlene.
Present.
Thank you. Anthony Wingham, Wachea.
Present.
And I see Dana Shaw from Boundary is in the waiting room, so I will let her in. And then go back to the people I missed.
Sorry, Zelda Hunt here.
Thanks, Zelda.
You missed
Kim
me,
Phipson here.
Nicole.
Okay, yep, I will go back. So I see Alana Copeland is in
Here.
from Fort St. John. And Rhonda Carrier,
Yeah.
Vancouver Sea to Sky.
Present.
Great. Betty Deck, Moccasin Flats. Okay. Kim Finlayson, Golden Ears.
Here.
Thank you. Travis Jobin, Columbia River. Okay, and there are a total of 41 members here, with an adequate number of the board of directors, so there is a quorum. Fantastic. Thank you, Clerk. We will call our meeting to order at 9:12 a.m. and I will pass it over to my co-speaker.
Good morning, everyone. First item that we'll be dealing with is the adoption of the agenda. Everyone should have that. I believe it's page 4 of the documents that's been put all together, the Assembly Resolutions booklet. I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder, and then if there's any additions or comments, we can have a discussion there. I do see President Massey.
Move to adopt.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Second that. Marlene Swears, I'll second that.
Thank you, President Swears. So we have the agenda, and just as a reminder for everyone, if they're not familiar with the Zoom, under the React button, for me, it has a heart icon. If you click that, and then it'll give you various options. If you use the raise hand function, it populates the list in order of those who raise hand, and I'll be able to keep track. I'll go with Director Hooper.
Excuse me. Yeah, good morning. So I'm not sure if you have it, Dave, but you do have it? Okay, awesome. So we have a women's rep from Region 6 to get sworn in, or approved. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. So we've got a motion to add this is the to confirm an interim appointment for Region 6 women's representative, correct? I see Director Hooper nodding. Do we have a seconder for that? And I'll recognize Director Fisher.
And I'd like to note that Heather Weaver from New Caledonia was not called for a roll call. She is in the room.
Perfect. Our clerk is making that note. And Director Fisher, sorry, I didn't hear. Maybe you were still on mute. You're seconding that addition of the
I'll let Carmen, because she's the women's rep, and I was just trying to say that Travis is having technical difficulties, but he'll be coming on as soon as he can.
Right. Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? And I'll certainly turn it over to Chairperson Carrier. Yeah, and I'm seeing a hand up, so I'll mark Chairperson Carrier as seconding. And perhaps Director Hooper, where within the agenda would we want to do that? Would that be after the adoption of minutes? I'm seeing a nodding. Okay. Chairperson Carrier in agreement with that? Seeing a thumbs up. Okay. Is there any objection to adding after the adoption of minutes the motion for the interim appointment for a Region 6 women's representative? Any objection? Just use the raise hand function if you object to it being added in that location, in that part of the agenda. Seeing none, I'm going to accept that and include it there between the adoption of the minutes and in front of motion 1. Sure, we'll call that motion A then, just for organizational purposes. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to add anything or any discussion or changes to the draft agenda? Again, just use the raise hand function if you wish to be recognized. Yes, President Languel Young, please go ahead.
Good morning. I was just wondering if you could please resend the link to the agenda. Mercy?
Yes, we'll have that added to the chat. The PDF document that has the agenda and all the resolutions and other documents.
Did you receive?
And we also, I can confirm, our clerk did receive or just received a motion, I believe. Is Leader McDonnell on?
Yes, I'm here, Dave.
Thank you. Did you wish to add another motion to the agenda?
Yes, a resolution.
Okay.
I had sent it yesterday, which I realize is late, but apparently my old brain didn't work well and it wasn't received till just now. So
Okay.
with the indulgence of the other leaders, I would like to have it added, please.
All right, thank you. What I'm going to suggest is I'll have our clerk put it up because obviously it is out of the filing deadline. So perhaps we'll have it added so that you can present it, and we'll look for a seconder as well once we have it. And perhaps I'll turn it over to Leader McNeil if you wish to describe or just kind of set out what this is that you're wishing to add.
Well, I obviously had some help, and I'm very grateful to write this because I speak just exactly as I am, and certainly not in any legalese. I would like the MNGA to consider this because, in my opinion, since the last MNGA, although it was very hopeful, and the board has not, again, this is my opinion, come together. There has been so much go on, and with sanctions and this and that, I wonder how much business is actually being done. There needs to be a mechanism for us as leaders to, as I had said before, do a non-confidence or recall the entire board. And I'm hoping that this is speaking to it. So that's as simple as I can get with it.
Yeah. Perhaps I can have our clerk just to scroll down. And just as it was sent in, I did have a quick look at it. And as I understand, there's kind of two parts to this, which may include changes to legislation. That obviously has been outside of the notice provisions and would therefore need to come within the urgent business comments or legislation in our MNGA Act, which is 12.5. And so that's right. I just want to, as I read it, the reason why it's being sought or is in response to the public decision on April 28th. I think I saw it it may have been in the whereas.
Yes.
Further. Sure. So yeah, so there's a bit of a timeline. We can scroll down further. A bit further.
And it was sent in as urgent business.
Yes, and as I understood, so the filing deadline was, just for everyone, the April 27th with regards to proposed changes to the legislation or the Constitution, and that the decision regarding the sanctions, as I understand it, came out on April 28th, which was afterwards. So this is up to the MNGA as a body to determine, one, if they agree that that's a matter that arose after the filing deadline or in response to that, and two, whether or not this is a matter to be dealt with. And so in order for this matter to be added to the agenda today, there needs to be an approval by a 2/3 vote to have it added. And so I will open it for some discussion, not on necessarily the merits, and I will try to limit that, but to discuss whether or not this should be discussed as urgent business or added as urgent business. And so I will, one, look for a seconder, as we do have it moved by Leader McDonnell, and then have a discussion on the urgent nature of it and whether it should be added. So I do recognize President Byrd.
Thank you, Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I will second this, and I agree that it's urgent and pressing given the timeline that's noted in here. That timeline wouldn't have allowed for any sort of resolution to have been submitted in the normal timeframes that we were provided. I think it's important for us to discuss what's taking place and bring this to the citizens to ultimately have some say in it. Thank you.
Thank you. President Burke.
Topher Burke, Columbia Valley Métis. I wanted to second what Caitlin and Betty Ann McDonnell have said. The timeline is what it is, and this is important.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to discuss? President Wingham, please go ahead.
Yes, I would also echo everything that was said before. I think it's pretty clear with even the announcements that came out the last couple of days of different resolutions that are things that are being pushed forward. This is a very pressing matter. It's pretty black and white kind of what's been going on at the top level with the board and the reality of the nation. I know myself, I know the community that I represent did not have any kind of say in restricting the vice president's powers. So I would echo the same.
Thank you. And I did see the comment from President Sundin, and I think we'll try to get this, the document itself in the chat so that people can open it and look through it at their, as they wish and have it in front of them. Chairperson Carrier, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you to the Assembly for asking for transparency. I'm happy to address why I voted the way I did. It's not black and white, as some may think it is, but this is about constitutional matters. So yes, let's talk about the Constitution and policy, and happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Director Gladue, please go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. We need to discuss this. There's obviously a one-sided story going on, and our nation needs to know why. We did it in the best interest. We did it because this is critical for our nation to move forward. And if we do not address this serious nature of our vice president, what occurred, yes, people need to know. So let's be an open book here, people. And please, I'm really happy that this came forward because there are some serious concerns about our leadership at the top. And business is going on as usual. And it's unfortunate that somebody here is putting a resolution to defunct our nation here. So let's talk, because our nation is at peril, but everything is still going great. Meaning, yes, there's things, we're not all getting along, but at the end of the day, we all have our opinion in politics, everybody. So please, thank you.
All right, thank you. So it's sounds in favor of having it added. Sorry, Chairperson Diego.
Yeah, I totally agree. There are some elements, some legal opinions that are still in camera that would strengthen this conversation, and the board has not pulled those out of camera yet. So we would love to have that full conversation. There are elements that we have to pull out of camera if you really want it, everything on the table. I'm totally fine with that too.
Thank you very much. All right, and I haven't heard any objection to adding this to the or anyone speaking against having this added. And so I will look for unanimous consent in a moment to see if we can proceed that in that manner. The only question is where we would include this. What I'm going to suggest is we put this at the end of UB7. There were matters that were heard or were scheduled before that were never heard, and so are carried over. Obviously, the agenda, the draft agenda is, and I'm going to say aspirational, but we'll see how that goes, to being completed today. But we do have the capacity to carry over if necessary. So I'm going to suggest we put it this resolution after UB7. And then we'll get to it certainly through the weekend. And is there any? And I see. Sorry, Director Gladue. Is there comments on that?
And also, this would have to go in camera for sure. I want to emphasize that.
All right, yeah, that's something we can do. So if it's towards the end, that also makes it maybe perhaps a little easier just structurally. President Dodman, please go ahead.
I understand Dana is still not in the meeting and she's waiting to be put through.
Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot. I'm wondering with the content of this, whether it needs to be pushed up a little earlier so there's clarification on things before we move forward on other things. I'm just putting that out to everyone. Would this be helpful to be earlier? If it's at the end of the day, we may not get to it and it'll be the first thing tomorrow morning. So I'm just wondering, putting that out for feedback about whether that's okay to wait till the end of the day to look at this. Thank you.
Certainly, and I just suggested it as a potential spot, but certainly if President Graham or anyone else is wishing it for it to appear somewhere else within the agenda, we can certainly vote on that. So President Graham, assuming, let's say there's agreement, where would you prefer to have it situated within the agenda?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah. It's just I was thinking about it when I saw after UB7, it's like that's at 3:20, which of course we're not going to be on schedule today. So how important is this to people to give it fair time? Right? And where should it respectfully sit in the agenda? I'm putting that question out there. Just if people are okay with waiting to see if we get it tomorrow, that's fine with me. I'm just putting it out there for people to think about. If they want to change it, we'll hear it.
Thank you. And I would note again, it's a draft agenda and how aspirational. We'll see how fast we get through various resolutions. The draft agenda says a 4 o'clock Pacific time conclusion today, 5 o'clock Mountain time. I think if we're close or in that and we maybe get towards it, then we could probably go up to 5 o'clock Pacific, 6 Mountain. Of course, it's up to the Assembly. And then we also have the availability tomorrow as well, which may give people, if they wish, overnight to consider and whatnot, given that they did not have the specific resolution before this morning. So if I just have a moment.
Oh no, I love those dogs.
Director Gladue.
I'd like to recommend we do this first thing tomorrow morning, as like you said, Chair, it gives people enough time to look at things, review, wrap their head around it, and really seriously take at this, because a lot of it is all about hearsay. A lot of it is about assumptions and so forth. And this is a very serious matter to our nation. And I would welcome tomorrow morning rather than the end of the day, because we got a lot to discuss and tomorrow is a fresh time. So that would be my suggestion. Thanks.
Thanks. What I'm going to suggest then, if we keep it after UB7, we see where we get today with all those other matters. If we're close, or if we want to end early because it's the only matter, and deal with it fresh in the morning, so people have, as I said, chance to go through it. So what I'm going to look for is the unanimous consent for two things here. One, to add this resolution to the agenda, and two, to have it at the after following UB7. Is there any objection to those two things? And if you have an objection to one, like where it lands versus being added, just reuse the raise hand function. Otherwise, we'll proceed in that manner. Yes, President Wingham.
Just a bit of clarification. We just heard from some of the board members that they want to pull things from in camera out so that we're not basing this on hearsay. How would that actually come to the meeting today, that actual information, if we're just going to be pushing it to the end of the day? Thank you.
As I understood it, because I understand the meeting, board meeting was in camera, it's up to the board to bring stuff from in camera out of camera. I believe it was Director Gladue mentioned that a portion of that discussion for this resolution, we may need to go in camera to reflect that, or to protect that. And so essentially would be expanding the circle of, those entitled to that in-camera information to the MNGA. And so obviously the live stream we'd go in camera at that point. That's how I understood it. And then obviously the discussion would take place back, or we could do it a couple different ways. The discussion can come back out of camera, as long as we're not mentioning stuff that was during the in-camera purpose, and then voting, or as was done the March MNGA, we could have the discussion and everything in camera, and then come back out and have the decision. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. Just to go on record that any of this in-camera talk, I think, is where the nation is running into problems. So if we do vote to go into camera to talk about what was spoken about in camera, I would be voting against that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gladue.
Yeah, we got to be very careful here, people. If we have full disclosure on camera, we're hurting our nation. Now, this is not an internal family issue. This is a legal issue that is serious. And as well, what I'd like to also propose is the fact that by going in camera, we're able to set the perimeters, the rules of engagement. And that's critical that we set the rules of engagement before we go forward. And as well, this gives our governance team time to reflect on what we're allowed to do and not to do. We can't be amateurs in this. We need to ensure that we are doing the right thing, people. So thanks.
So further discussion on in-camera, I think, can be held off to if and when we go into speaking to this resolution. But I'll recognize Chairperson Dieger, and then I'll again see if we can have a decision on whether this is being added and where. Chairperson Dieger.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, I don't think this is a fair process for the acting president. I think this could run into legal, and I would want her to have all the opportunity to be as protected as possible. What we're doing here is pitchforks and tiki torches. We're trying to handle this inside, within our policy, within the Constitution. But if the Assembly wants to bring it out and refuse the board from trying to do that, we're willing to have that conversation. But I'm not sure legally. We need some legal advice and lawyers here. If we're going to pursue this, Anthony, there's a lot of serious charges that could happen. I would say
Thank you.
this is not urgent to harm the nation the way it could. We need another forum for this, not the MNGA.
Thank you. And last speaker, I'm going to recognize President Finlayson. You're muted, President Finlayson. Okay, it looks like you were off mute. President Finlayson, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, while we're waiting for these technical difficulties, I do have a question on behalf of the Me Too Women BC Council.
Yes.
They are just wondering if they will get a link if we do go on camera.
That would be up to the kind of the parameters of going in camera. That'd be a decision at that time, if and when we decide to go in camera by the MNGA.
Thank you.
President Finlayson? Fortunately, it sounds like there's some technical difficulties. She's not hearing. All right. Sorry, President Finlayson, if it's not working, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for, is there any objection then? As I said, at this point is just adding the resolution to the agenda and putting it at the after UB7, and then once if it's added and when we get to that point, discussion on how that discussion will take place and whether to go on camera or not, and the scope will be discussed at that time. Any objection? Seeing none, we're going to add that, and I guess we'll call that resolution A after UB7. Thank you. So now we have the agenda with those two additions. Is there any objection? Oh, and I see Leader McDonnell.
Not an objection. I just wanted to say mercy to the other leaders and the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any objection then proceeding with the agenda as amended? Sorry, I'm seeing some hands up. I don't know if Leader McDonnell, is your hand still up, or are you wishing to? Oh, it's gone down. Chairperson Diego.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the chair to, how is this being added? Is it an emerging or emergency resolution? Or are we waiving the rules of timelines to bring it in? Just want clarification on how
sorry.
this is being added to the agenda.
Thank you very much. It is being added, and that's a good point. It is being added as urgent business as per 12.5 of the MNGA Act. It does require approval by 2/3 vote. We did not do a vote. I thank you for catching that. I'm not sure, given that it appeared to be by unanimous consent, strictly a vote is necessary, but I think, or a recorded vote, if I can put it that way, is necessary. If I can just have a second. Thank you. All right, thank you. I think given that the decision to add it was by unanimous consent, that we are fine. If there had been an objection, would have required a vote, and the vote would have required 2/3 to be added. But given that we had unanimous consent, that's being added as urgent business. President Allard.
Yeah, good morning. Just a little point of clarification. I wonder if there is the possibility to consider the fact that there are maybe people that can't make it in because of technical difficulties on whoever's side, but are still participating by viewing online. Is there a way to potentially consider their participation, even though they're not on Zoom? I think Dana is not able to get in, and that may happen over this MNGA there. It would be a shame not to allow someone who's actively willing to participate to not be able to vote. I'm just throwing that out there. It would be nice to have a mechanism for that if it happens.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we can do that, and that would be transparent for everyone who's present. I know, as an example, for President Shaw, an invitation has been sent out, I think, 5 times now, and she's in direct communication with our clerk to sort that out. We do have quorum with those here, and we'll again we're making every effort to make sure that the technical difficulties are dealt with. President Finlayson, I see you now on the screen.
All right, yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. I was just thinking, since it's urgent, it's presented as urgent business, that maybe we should consider it being the first discussion on the board. Otherwise, I think if we put it to the end of the agenda, then it doesn't really qualify as urgent. My other thought is in camera. It does make sense to me because if there's sensitive information, I think we should have that information before we decide if everyone in the community has that information. Just like as a parent, you don't have conversations in front of your whole family and children sometimes. Sometimes you just have to leave some information out and figure it out. So I think we should figure it out in camera and have all the information, and then decide what we want to disclose to everybody.
All right. So yeah, with comments regarding in camera, we'll deal with when we get to speaking to it, and the discussions and that vote whether to go in camera. So I'm seeing. Then I think it sounds like an objection then to adding resolution A after UB7. So then we're going to need to vote on whether to have it. So sorry, President Finlayson, if you can come back, where are you proposing to put it? If you're saying earlier or at the beginning, because we have next is adoption of minutes. Then we have the motion A, then motion 1, the report. Where are you wishing to put it?
I was wishing to put it before the unfinished business one. Okay. I think it was after our break, like if we can come back in camera after the health break.
Sorry, so after the health break, which is so what do you mean before UB2?
Oh, I actually don't have it in front of me right now. I just think that we should start when we have let me just look at it again.
Concern that I do see, as a potential concern is that some people still haven't been able to read the whole thing and might not be prepared to speak to it by that time, given that it's been added as an urgent business. Whereas again, the agenda as scheduled takes us to the end of day today. We have tomorrow available, which would also give people time. So I think that we've got time, knock on wood, to get that in this weekend. Just have a moment.
Outside the regular part.
And just my clerk pointing out, with regards to urgent business, what it means is it's just something that arose after the filing deadlines, but that needs to be dealt with in the current cycle. Or so having it at any point within the current MNGA would satisfy that, the language of the urgent business provision of the MNGA Act.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Thank you. So I do see Leader McDonnell and Director Gladju's hands up. If we can turn to them, and then again, we'll look for if there's any objection to having it added after UB7. Leader McDonnell?
I would like it added for tomorrow morning because exactly as you said, I would appreciate if people have time to read it, and that way it's much clearer and it's a good discussion. And that's my intention, is absolutely have a good conversation.
Thank you. And again, this is the this is your meeting. If we're getting to a point where we're feeling we're running out of time and wish to move it up, we can revisit that. Director Gladue?
Yes, thank you, Leader McDonnell, on that conferring that tomorrow, because there's things that need to be prepared, there's things that have to be reviewed, and to have it up front, it's not going to do us justice then as a nation. Again, we're rushing things. We're being amateurs about this. Let's be professionals. This is a legal issue. This is not just sit around the kitchen and throw everything on the table, people. This could, there is reality to this. So please take this seriously and do not saying that, oh, I want to release everything to everybody. This is not a time to play that style of game. Trust me when I say this. Thank you.
So again, I'm going to look, I'll give, is there any objection to having it added after UB7? Not seeing any. We're going to adopt the agenda then as amended, unless there was anything else someone wished to add that hadn't had an opportunity to do so yet. Seeing none, we're going to adopt it as amended, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague for the next portion.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is the adoption of the minutes from the spring 2026 MNGA. This begins on page 6 of your packages. And so we will look for a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the minutes. I see President Dodman there. And a second.
I'd like to move the acceptance of the minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. And the seconder? I see Chairperson Carrier there. Thank you so much. We would like to open it for our mover and seconder if there's anything that you would like to comment on the minutes.
No comment.
Okay, thank you. I do see President Allard there. Go ahead.
Yeah, just reading through the minutes, I thought it was Senator Kevin from Region 4 that did the opening and closing prayers. So just maybe check that.
Thank you for that.
I think it has Senator Akins. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. One moment.
So we'll just say we'll double check. Yeah, we'll double check the video to confirm and just make sure that that's addressed. I know there was, I think it was, they had different senators doing the open and the closing. So maybe mix up, but we'll confirm that through the live stream video.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the minutes? Seeing none. Okay, we will look for unanimous consent to approve these. Any objections? Once again, seeing none, the minutes have been approved, and I will pass it back to my co-chair for our next item.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to have our clerk add motion A to the screen, and I'll turn it over to them to read that. And this is the interim appointment motion.
Excuse me, Dave. Can we have,
Yes, President Graham.
can we have the new resolution emailed to us, please?
Yes, we're gonna get it emailed when it's ready. That because we just have to adjust a few things because that came in. So the clerk needs to do that first, and then we'll put it. I believe we'll try to get it on the website as well, so that as with the other resolutions, that they're publicly available, and then as well to there. So again, part of the reason why I think it's helpful that we've placed it where we have, at least as of now.
Thank you, sir.
All All right, we have motion A, and I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Good morning, everyone. So the subject of this is an interim appointment for Region 6 Women's Representative. It doesn't affect any legislation, but it is required by legislation. And it was submitted by the Region 6 Director in consultation with the Region 6 Regional Governance Council, submitted on the floor at this MNGA on June 6th, and will require a majority vote for approval. Whereas the Region 6 MWBC representative position is currently vacant due to a resignation. The Region 6 community leaders engaged in community consultation and recruitment to fill the regional women's position. In accordance with Article 13.2 of the MNGA Act and Article 47.4 of the Constitution, regional governance councils may recommend candidates to the MNGA to fill the vacancies of regional representatives. On June 5th, 2026, the Region 6 RGC approved the recommendation for the regional women's representative position. Be it resolved that A, the MNGA appoints Jordana Oliarni as the Region 6 women's representative as per Region 6 Regional Governance Council's recommendation.
Thank you very much. I will look for a mover or a seconder. I anticipate who those are going to be. Director Hooper, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to bring Jordana's name forward as our regional women's rep for Region 6. Jordana is a community member of Tri-River and is currently on the floor today as a MNGA member representing Tri-River. And Jordana has been involved in community in Tri-River, as well as when she was in Kelowna, was involved in community in Kelowna, and had great support through Cheryl as well. And Cheryl supported her through this, putting her name forward, as well as our women's rep who did step down. So yeah, I'm just very happy to be able to do this today and have this our interim women's rep position filled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. President Chaboyer.
And I will second that, Dave.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion or any additional discussion? Chairperson Carrier, please go ahead.
Yes, I fully thankful for Region 6 for doing this work. We are looking forward to having a fuller council. Women's issues are at the forefront given the epidemic in the province and across the country with gender-based violence. And so we look forward to welcoming this new member to the council. And we've had very strong council members from Region 6, and I'm sure this tradition will continue. So looking forward to having this addition and hoping this will all get approved today. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Director, who had you?
Question.
Thank you. I'm going to look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to motion A and the interim appointment of the new or proposed Region 6 women's representative? Seeing no objection, motion A passes by unanimous consent.
Me. All right, we are going to move on to motion 1. Motion 1 starts on page 19 of your package. And I will ask our clerk to read this motion out, please.
All right, so the subject is 2026 to 2027 MNGA meetings. This is a statutory requirement and so this was submitted on May 6th to the MNGA clerk. Whereas and requires majority vote for approval. Whereas Article 32 of the Constitution requires that the Métis Nation Governing Assembly meet at least 3 times per year, once in person and twice virtually. And Article 32 of the Constitution further requires that the MNGA determine the dates for the next MNGA at a previous MNGA. At the summer 2025 MNGA, the Assembly approved the following, indicating that the summer 2027 MNGA should be held in person. Be it resolved that the summer 2027 in-person MNGA be held in either Region 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, whereby it is operationally feasible. Be it resolved that the MNGA meet on the following days as indicated in the table below. Winter, December 5th to 6th, 2026, virtually. Spring, March 6th to 7th, 2027, virtually. And summer, June 4th to 7th, 2027, in person.
Thank you, Clerk. We will look for a mover and a seconder for this motion. I see Director Hooper there to move and a seconder.
Region 3 Director Gladue.
Thank you, Director Gladue. Did either Director Hooper or Gladue want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thank you. I support this. And then I would also put a plug in that the 2027 summer MNJ could possibly be held in Region 6 as the AGM that was planned for 2025 September could not be did not come to fruition. But this will give plenty of time to get things in place. And the MNGA does have less people to, opposed to an AGM. So I look forward to really supporting this motion and to support the possibility of Region 6 to host the 2027 summer MNGA. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hooper. I'm seeing lots of emoji support coming up in here. So is there any discussion on the motion?
I said, as the seconder,
Oh, sorry, yes.
as the seconder, I support this, and yeah, I'd love to see Terrace again. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other discussion on this motion? I see President Allard there. Has come off mute. Oh, never mind. Okay. Just lots of love happening here with all these emojis. Okay, if there's no further discussion, then we will we'll seek unanimous consent for this. Any objections to the motion as presented? Just lots of hearts. Okay, seeing no objections, the motion carries. Thank you very much. I will return it back to my co-speaker for our next agenda item.
Thank you very much. And so we are at the point where we have the MNGA Governance Committee report. We're just looking at the agenda times. We're not too far back, which is great. And I think we're scheduled for a 20-minute presentation. So I'm not sure who's leading that. President Swears, I believe.
Good morning, everyone.
Please go ahead.
They gave me a beautiful write-up, so I'm just going to read. So I'm not going to be looking at you, but there's good waves all the time. My name is Marlene Swears, and I serve on the MNGA Governance Committee as the Region 5 representative. The rest of the communities include Caitlin Bird, Region 1, Greg Stanward, Region 2, Jamie Lee Keith, Region 3, Charlie DeFrau, MYBC, Roger Leclerc, Region 6, Peggy Olansky, Region 7, Angel Robinson, 2SMNBC, Wendy Schneider, Region 4, Maya Ewell, MYBC, Patrick Harriet, MNBC Board of Directors. So over the past few years, the community has been working on a new chartered agreement, act and agreement. We now reached a point where we're ready to share it with you and walk through the next steps. With that, I'd like to hand things over to Samantha Furlow. Samantha has supported this work in several roles over the years. First as a graduate student, then as the youth representative, and now has MNBC governance and policy analyst, where this project is a key focus. And introducing you, Sam.
Hi, thank you so much, Marlene. Hi, everyone. My name is Samantha Furlonger, and as Marlene said, I'm the governance and policy analyst working for Nicole and Jazz. And I'm going to give you kind of an overview of what the governance committee has been working on. So Nicole, would you mind sharing the presentation?
I am working on it. I'm just having a few technical difficulties here. So if you can just give me a minute. Okay, can everyone see the presentation now?
Yes, you're just not in presentation mode. But that works too. Oh.
All right, why don't we
I can give it a shot too.
Okay, yeah, if you could. It's something to do with Zoom, I think.
No.
And PowerPoint and Zoom not talking properly.
Oh, good, let's see. If I can share. Okay, can everyone see my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, brilliant. So as Marlene said, these are the fantastic members of your governance committee, your MNGA governance committee. A huge thank you to them for all of their hard work on and everything that they do. So currently the MNGA Governance Committee is working on a revised Charter Community Act and Charter Community Agreement. And I will note that there are some Michifkree words in here. These are placeholders, and they're kind of throughout all the documents, but all of the documents will go for official translation. So I apologize if there's any misspelled words in my translation efforts. And I will say that the Charter Community Act translation there, it roughly translates to our way forward. And then the Charter Community Partnership Agreement roughly translates to a partnership or helping each other agreement. And so the committee is working to redevelop the Charter Community Act and Agreement as two separate documents that work together to help us govern our nation. So the Charter Community Act is the kind of underlying framework that outlines the roles and responsibilities of MNBC and charter communities in governing our nation. And it creates that baseline framework to make sure that all communities have equitable access to supports and resources in their efforts to support citizens and members. So the Act puts Métis principles and Métis values first. It does start with the values that were outlined in MNBC's strategic plan. And then based on the initial engagement session that we did at the 2025 AGM, we also added autonomy and collective accountability as key values. And so collective accountability and jurisdictional boundaries are a really key piece of the Act. And it kind of outlines that MNBC would be the representative at the national, provincial, and international levels, and charter communities would be the representative at the citizen and community level. And then both parties are responsible to share information and collaborate in all the spaces. So this way we have really clear understanding of who's responsible for what and when, and it creates that framework for collaboration and working together. And then it also outlines the specific roles and responsibilities that MNBC has to communities, including financial accountability, the Societies Act supports, designing services and hiring staff to support communities, and then ensuring active and timely communication. So it really is the foundation of everything. It centers MNBC as our Métis government in BC. It also centers the MNGA as the highest level of legislative authority. And it points to all of the joint responsibilities that MNBC and charter communities hold to ensure citizen privacy and to protect our citizens who we serve. It also looks at how we uphold democratic standards and good governance and ensures that boards make sure that they have a place for women and youth, 2S elders, and any other underserved groups. And then built into the Act is a dispute resolution kind of process. I want to note that this dispute resolution process that's in the Act is specifically looking at disputes about the interpretation of the Act and the agreement. It doesn't look at interpersonal conflicts or other community-to-community conflicts. This is solely focused on the Act and the agreement, and there is a separate conflict resolution framework that the committee is working on for other kinds of conflict. But in this case, it would start with a dispute. We would look at the interpretation of the Act and the agreement. How do they work together? What do we want to get out of them? There would be a proactive discussion, and then it would come to the MNGA for decision, with the Senate being an appeal process only. So that's kind of the graphic there. And then the agreement. So the agreement kind of partners with the Act, and it's kind of the way that communities and MNBC come together to renew the relationship. And the contract outlines both individual and shared roles and responsibilities. And the cool thing about the agreement is that it creates kind of a customizable support to ensure that each community is supported throughout their journey in the way that they need to be. And it also outlines all of the different accountability measures to make sure that everybody upholds their side of the agreement. And the charter community agreement would be the specific one between your charter community and MNBC, whereas the Act applies to everybody universally, if that makes sense. So again, the values are the same. I just wrote them out on this slide as compared to the Act slide, but they are the same ones that are in the MNBC strategic plan, along with autonomy and collective accountability added in there too. And the agreement really provides a breakdown of how we can operationalize all of the different roles and responsibilities for MNBC and for charter communities. And then it has this appendix, which is basically a menu of options that facilitates a process where charter communities can add and remove additional supports to their charter community agreement as needed. So as your community changes, as their capacity changes, as funding changes, you can add more supports from MNBC or remove them if you want to be more autonomous. So this is a little bit about the menu of options. And these kind of boxes on the right-hand side are the kind of key categories of additional supports that we've included there. So AGM supports, election supports, governance supports, admin and IT supports, and then privacy and security support. So there's a whole menu of options, and you can pick and choose. And it's on a 2-year review process. So you can review it with MNBC every 2 years or as needed to see which ones you want to add in or which ones you want to remove. So then I want to talk a little bit about the engagement approach and how we're hoping to roll this out to communities, how we're hoping to get feedback from all of you and from community members. So we're hoping to create a really collaborative, inclusive, and culturally informed engagement approach with a very accessible mix of town halls, targeted in-person sessions, virtual engagement, and an online participation platform. And Social Pinpoint will be the electronic online platform that citizens can go to access all the documents, access the plain language summaries, which will accompany each document. They'll see schedules of when we're doing in-person and virtual meetings, as well as provide a kind of central place for everybody to add their feedback in. And this whole process will be very iterative. We will be coming back to you over and over again and coming back to the governance committee over and over again to make sure that as we're changing the documents, it's really reflective of everybody's feedback in a good way. And so, as I said, we're going to do in-person engagement sessions in each region, online engagement through the Social Pinpoint platform, but also through some Zoom sessions. And then we're going to try and make a very targeted engagement strategy to ensure that we get the most out of every engagement and use everyone's time effectively. So we really want to spend time doing some online and in-person sessions with charter community boards and board members, the RGCs, MNBC council members, and then dedicated sessions for elders and BC Manor as well, and then the larger online platform for all citizens. And this is kind of the timeline. So starting now with bringing it all to you as like the first kind of step. And then it'll go for legal review and the launch of Social Pinpoint. And we're hoping to do a launch at this year's AGM. So we'll have an engagement session at this year's AGM. And then we'll move into RGCs and council engagements. And then in the early part of next year, we'll look at regional engagement sessions and those like larger online engagement sessions. And then in May and August of next year, we'll be kind of consolidating everybody's feedback, doing final legal reviews, final translations, making sure that all of that is good to go, and bringing it to the MNGA in summer of 2027. And then it will go to September 27 AGM for final adoption of the legislation and signing of charter communities. That's kind of the process. And I'm not taking questions at this moment, but if you do have questions, you can email our request at mnbc.ca. Just please include the subject line MCC Act and/or agreement so that it can get flagged to the right people to answer all your questions. Thank you so much. And I'll pass it back to Marlene.
Okay. As the committee worked through the project, it became clear that a few related matters also needed attention. Because the committee takes its direction primarily from the MNGA, we are asking for approval of the following resolution. That the Métis Nation Governing Assembly direct the MNGA Governance Committee to work on the following: an Ethics Act that provides a clear direction related to conflict of interest, privacy, accountability, confidentiality, and related issues. Bulletin 2, strengthening engagements with communities at policy level. And before we wrap it up, I would also like to mention 2 pieces of work that are also outstanding and will be coming forward soon. Out-of-province citizenship is anticipated to come to the MNGA at its December meeting. Information and data sharing agreement to accompany the Chartered Community Act. So back to that resolution. Nicole, take it away.
Speaker Carson will handle the vote on that one. Seconder unanimous.
Okay.
Sam, could I get you to put that last slide back up again, please?
Okay, seeing as this has already been read out, we're going to look for a mover and a seconder for this resolution, which we will call Resolution 1. No, B? Resolution B, pardon me. I see Director Harriet to move and President Byrd to second. Would either of you like to speak to this resolution?
Sure. Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, these are obviously issues that we've been talking about even today, and we've been talking about it quite a lot at the Governance Committee, and I think just as community leaders in general. So yeah, we're looking for direction to start working on this and bring it back to the MNGA.
Thank you very much. And President Byrd?
nothing further to add. Patrick sort of covered it, as you know, in the one that was just added this morning after unfinished business, touches on some of this as well. And so, yeah, looking forward to being able to dive into this with the blessing of the MNGA, if you should approve.
Thank you very much. And I see Director Hooper there, your hand is up, so we'll move into the discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to make one correction, is that Roger Leclerc is Region 6 Electoral Act on the Electoral Act Committee, and Don McConnell is on representing us on the Regional Governance Committee, or the MNGA Governance Committee. So thank you very much, just for that correction.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion on this resolution B? Seeing none. Okay, we're going to again move to unanimous consent, try to seek unanimous consent for this. Is there any objection to this resolution B? Seeing none, the resolution carries. Thank you very much.
Great, more work for our governance committee, and it looks like they're doing some fantastic work thus far, and hopefully they continue keep it going. All right, everyone. We are on the first now, the first of the unfinished business resolutions that carried over from the previous MNGA, with UB1 resolution respecting non-implementation of a duly adopted MNGA directive and placing the MNBC Board of Directors on notice. We'll get to the motion up, but I understand that some draft terms of reference were forwarded in relation to this motion. So what I'm going to suggest, we'll look for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll have any presentation or discussion on the draft and how we wish to proceed with the motion from before. So perhaps we can get it put on the screen. And then I'll just look for a mover or seconder for the purposes of having it before the assembly. And for those following along at home, this would be on page 22 and 23 of the package. I don't know if we need to read through the whole thing at this point. Perhaps just if we go to the be it resolved and that portion going forward, and I'll turn it over to our clerk.
So the subject is resolution respecting non-implementation of a duly adopted MNGA directive and placing the MNBC Board of Directors on notice. It was submitted by the president of the Salmon Arm Métis Association to the MNGA clerk on January 29th, 2026, and requires a majority vote for approval. This was originally scheduled for the spring MNGA, but was postponed due to time constraints pursuant to Article 5.5 of the MNGA Act. Be it resolved that the MNGA hereby places the MNBC Board of Directors on formal notice that failure to implement, respond to, or seek clarification regarding duly adopted MNGA resolutions constitutes non-compliance with Assembly authority and may result in further action by the MNGA. B, the MNBC Board of Directors is directed within 30 days of the adoption of this resolution to 1, convene the appropriate MNGA or special MNGA to approve the terms of reference for the Commission of Inquiry into Senate Case 187, or formally report to the MNGA with written reasons for non-implementation and a proposed timeline for Assembly consideration. C, should the MNBC Board of Directors fail to comply with paragraph 2 of this resolution within the prescribed timeframe, the MNGA shall deem such failure to constitute grounds for formal censure of the board for noncompliance with Assembly directives. D, this resolution is adopted for the purpose of affirming MNGA authority, ensuring implementation of duly adopted resolutions and maintaining transparent, accountable governance. It is not intended to adjudicate the merits of Senate Case 187 or discipline individual directors.
Thank you very much. And I'll invite mover, and I do see a hand up. President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Armatus Association. So I submitted this resolution in response to the original resolution that was an urgent and pressing matter resolution on December 6th. So my reasoning for submitting this one was basically a show of dissatisfaction with whoever at MNBC was supposed to be tasked with arranging a draft terms of reference in a very timely manner. And the other purpose was to create the pressure for that term of reference to be submitted. So hearing that there is one that is being submitted now is validating, and I think in light of that, the be it resolves, in my opinion, are some parts of it at least are a moot point. I would like to find a way to go straight to the acceptance of the deliberations of the terms of reference and hopefully adopting them there. If I could get some clarification from the chair, if there's a mechanism for that to be achieved. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll just, before I turn to Director Harriet, just to respond to that point of clarification, as President Allers indicated, and as I recalled at the previous MNGA or ahead of that, this resolution was essentially to follow up on the previous resolution to requesting the creation of the terms of reference, which I understand have now terms of reference have been prepared. I believe they've been sent out to everyone. I'm just looking at my clerk, the terms of reference. Yes. And so what we can essentially do is, given that, I just have a double check that portion. Sorry, if I can just have. Yeah. So given that this is basically to try to get the discussion of the terms of reference and the reference that is whether a special MNGA be called for that purpose, I believe it's appropriate to deal with it as part of this motion. Resolution. And what I'll look for a seconder, and I do see Director Harriet. Then I believe that the terms of reference have been drafted. If we can have someone to discuss that, we'll put those up on the site. We can kind of deal with the draft terms of reference if those are passed, and then what would essentially happen if that is passed, the unfinished business resolution 1 would be essentially moot and can be kind of dealt with in that regard. So I do see Director Harriet. I take it you're seconding.
Yeah, Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I'm seconding it to bring it to the floor to have a good conversation and hopefully a good resolution and move forward.
Thank you very much. And so at that time, or at this time, I should say, what I'm going to invite is, I don't know if it's presumably someone from the board to discuss the draft terms of reference, and we'll have them added, and we'll open it up to discussion on those terms of reference, any changes or how that might end up looking, and whether or not we can adopt those terms of reference. Acting President Allard, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Tonse, everyone. I want to share my thanks for everyone being here today, and grateful that we're going to have the opportunity to talk about the proposed terms of reference that the Board of Directors and Governance have come together, recognizing the important work. So if we can get them brought up and everyone can come together, we can maybe go through them. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
They should be up. Please go ahead, Acting President Allard, and just ask us to scroll down when you get to the point you wish us to do so.
Thank you. These are just proposed by us, taking some of the information that was shared here and there, kind of putting it all together. We want to make sure that all the wants and needs are captured. And I'm not sure if everyone has had the opportunity or if they would like to take some time to go through them, kind of word for word. How I'm looking to the assembly on how they would like to go through this to make sure we're capturing everything and have a good discussion about it before we maybe are able to take it to a vote and then operationalize it. So I'll maybe look
Sure. What I might suggest, Acting President Allard, is perhaps you can just go through it with regards to members, the various categories or areas, kind of discuss how or why what's being proposed has been set that way. Once we've gone through the whole thing, we'll open it up to everyone for discussion, comments, changes, etc. So please.
Okay. So for the Senate review panel, we were considering 5 members, MNBC citizens who are 18 years of age, must not have had a case before the Senate in the previous 12 months. Membership exclusion, so I'll just kind of go through it. Must not be directly involved with Senate File 187 or a member or employee of MNBC. Must not be a candidate for the election or proposed candidate for the MNBC Board of Directors in any election taking place while the panel is active. A chairperson, the commission will appoint their own chair. Appointment applications will be reviewed by the MNGA Governance Committee, who will develop a short list of potential members. Members will be appointed by the MNGA. Just wanting to stop and note there that was something that was in the original resolution. So having people who are going to apply for this position have the governance committee kind of oversee, develop it, and bring it back to the MNGA for a vote. So department lead will be governments, voting will be majority, and then purpose. So you want me to read that out too? Yeah, okay. Purpose, the MNGA Senate Review Panel is establishing to review the overall appropriateness of handling Senate File 187 for the purpose of informing recommendations to ensure that MNBC's judicial and dispute resolution systems are fair, transparent, accountable, and responsive to the needs of MNBC, the Board of Directors, the charter communities, and the citizens. The Commission's mandate is systematic and forward-looking. It is intended to identify governance procedural, institutional learning arising from the handling of Senate File 187, and to support continuous improvement of MNBC's judicial and dispute resolution framework. Recommendations of the committee may include, but are not limited to, options to strengthen MNBC Senate dispute resolution processes, mechanisms that allow MNBC citizens to formally raise and address concerns to the Senate, decisions and conduct, related governance, legislative policy procedure, or judicial reforms deemed relevant by the Commission. I see, David, that you have your hand up. Do you want me to stop there before I continue, or?
What I'll suggest is, Acting President Allard, if you could perhaps go through the whole
Keep going?
document,
Okay.
and then that way people can, we can all start responding or recognizing people, and we can address throughout the whole thing.
Great, thank you so much. The Commission will not rehear evidence, reassessing factual findings, or reconsider the outcome of Senate File 187. So it goes, Commission members shall be selected so that collectively the Commission possesses experience in governance oversight and accountability, administrative justice, tribunal, quasi-judicial processes, dispute resolution or mediation, including Indigenous or community-based approaches, public administration or policy reform, and analytical review of complex records, findings, and recommendations. In addition, the MNGA shall give consideration to ensuring that the collective composition of the commission reflects experience working with or within charter communities, where appropriate, the wisdom and perspective of an elder, recognizing the value of lived experience, cultural knowledge, and traditional Métis approaches to conflict resolution and governance. No single member is required to possess all competencies. The considerations are intended to be present across the commission as a whole. The MNGA places particular importance on receiving the submissions for appointments from MMBC's recognized governance bodies, including the MNGA Governance Committee, the Métis Women of British Columbia Provincial Council, the Métis Youth of British Columbia Provincial Council, the two SLBTQQIA Plus Provincial Chair, and the Métis Veterans of British Columbia MVBC Provincial Committee. So for the reporting mechanism, the Commission will keep high-level notes of the meeting and present the final report to the summer MNGA, which will include its assessment of the Senate File 187 and any resolutions that the MNGA should consider related to the panel's mandate. The report and notes of all meetings will be publicly available on the MMBC website once presented to the MNGA. The Commission shall present a final written report to the, and it says season and year, just because we have to get a date, MNGA, where additional time is required to complete and review. The Commission may extend the reporting date to X date. The final report shall be made publicly available following the presentation to the MNGA, subject to privacy considerations. For the expenses, the meeting expenses will be submitted to the CEO for pre-approval. Individual committee member expenses are reimbursed by MMBC according to the approved policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting President Allard. And so now I will open it up. And so at this point, what I'll suggest is if you wish to speak to it, raise your hand using the raise hand function. If there's questions, we can have those questions and hopefully someone from the board or Acting President Allard can respond. If there's proposed changes or anything like that, we can go through that as well. Essentially, this is the MNGA's opportunity to discuss these proposed the draft terms of reference and hopefully come to a decision on accepting however those end up looking at the conclusion of that discussion. So I'll turn it to President Allard. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, great work. I think I recognize a few sentences in there. On its face, I support this at this moment 100%. So that's easy and simple. I'd just like to say that every situation, period of conflict and or crisis presents an opportunity, and I think this is the opportunity here, and how we deal with it and how we're dealing with it now is a tremendous opportunity, and that will relate exactly to how we conduct ourselves as leaders, and everyone's watching. Thank you very much.
Thank you. President Bird, please go ahead.
Hello, Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. The one thing I might want to add under the collective experience part, if you scroll up just a little bit, is Indigenous gender-based analysis plus. And I'll put a link in the chat for those who may be unfamiliar with GBA plus. I think this is my government-y self coming out, but GBA plus and Indigenous specific GBA plus allows people to have an analysis of different power dynamics and different systemic structures that either privilege or discriminate against certain demographics. And I think that lens is really important to bring into this commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Gladue, please.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague, Acting President Melanie Allard, for doing this on our behalf of the board and all those that are very interested. This has been a collaborative effort by many people, and we've all worked together hard to try to work this out. This is a very serious issue, and we need to, we're a young nation. We're 30 years old. We still are going. We're still trying to find our way, but this is an example of, we're working collaboratively together, and on behalf of the board, we've asked Mel to present this for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. President Wingham, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions, a bit of concerns actually about the membership exclusion. Had this been taken serious when it was first brought to the board back in January, we wouldn't have had any election actually present. So I'm just kind of curious how you guys came to that conclusion about limiting anyone who is a candidate for election or a prospective candidate for the MMC board of directors or in any election taking place while the panel is active. Had this been taken serious when we first brought it, there wouldn't have been an election in the midst. So I'm just kind of curious about that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the board that wished to discuss that or respond, or perhaps staff that may have assisted? I think you see Jez. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to that point, it's in regard to timing and the potential of a real conflict. So that's why that provision is in there. It's directly related to the timing of when this is coming forward and the potential of a real conflict, and to prevent that. Thanks.
Just to follow up with that, we just had a motion that we talked about that got us to this point about the board not taking this serious. So I would imagine that with this election coming up, there might be some very important people that could really help this Senate issue, the matter at the fact. But with the election now happening, there might be not the best candidates that could be put forward for this. So I'm just really curious as why we're limiting the best and brightest of the nation, depending on whether they're going to put their name forward to run for this election or any of the directors. It just doesn't make sense when we're limiting some of the best and brightest voices that our nation has to provide by doing that.
Thank you. And just off the top of my head, I do not recall when the election date is, but obviously this will take some time to create this commission, given that there'll be a requirement for notice for people to apply. There'll be consideration by the MNGA committee, or sorry, the governance committee, to submit names forward to the MNGA, and then the MNGA would need to vote on who comprises the commission as it's set out in the draft terms of reference. I'm not sure what that timeline is. Some of those concerns may still be present or may not be, President Wingham, depending on the timing, but certainly I appreciate your comments. Director Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. Yeah, I'm in favor of separating as much as possible politics from discussion on justice. Hopefully we can have recommendations to improve our justice system that are not going to be part of political considerations of candidates that are running. So I'm in favor of separating those two, just to try to give this review the best chance of being apolitical as possible. But I actually put my hand up because I want to second President Byrd's amendment.
Thank you. And I think, yes, and we do have that edited in there. So thank you very much. I'm going to I got Leader McDonnell next.
I'm just wondering if perhaps we could and would want to change the number from 5 to 7. If by chance the 5, there is a illness in a family or something, if you go down to 3, that's not really much of a discussion. So I would like to see that changed to 7.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a note here. Is there anyone that would, and I've got hands up from Director Gladue speaking for a second time, and Chairperson Carrier. If you can just lower your hands for a second, I've got you on the list. Is there someone wishing to second the proposed change by Leader McDonnell to change it from 5 members to 7? President Dodman?
I would second that with Betty Ann. She makes a good point. Thanks.
What I might do, just I should have done this with the first portion on President Birds, but I'm going to do it a little bit out of order if I may, just because we're already here. Is there anyone that wishes to discuss specifically the number 5 to 7, or is there agreement with that?
I'd like to discuss it. I'm glad you're here.
Sure. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. When we all put this together, there was heavy discussion on this about 7 to 5, 9 to all these numbers were played, and it was agreed that 5 is a reasonable number. It brings, a lot of times people are busy in their schedules. Even if there's 3 there, that is good. There are 3 that are representing our voices. 5 is adequate enough. 7 just gets too complicated, the numbers. So I support 5 for that reason. And I remember having this specific debate when we put this all together. And so I am saying 5 is the number that I'd like to recommend. And I know we have a lot of good quality people out there. And to President Wingham's issue about the best of the best, yes, the best of the best also get in a conflict, also get in a serious conflict of interest. So that's the issue. So we gotta be realistic here, and of course we want the best of the best. But what does that mean? The best of the best? Does that mean they got a degree and so forth? But sometimes it's our Métis culture. We got to get people that really understand our culture, know our people, and are not so colonial driven as well. So thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to discuss the proposed number changed to 7? Right. If I can just have one. Yep. So we're obviously not going to have unanimous consent given the positions that have put forward, which is totally fine. What we're going to do, we're going to have to pull this down for a second so that we can put up a poll. And what we're going to do is we're going to, given that I haven't seen anyone else raise their hands to speak, we'll do a vote, requires a majority on whether to include 5 members or 7 as proposed. And so once that poll is ready, I'll turn it over to our clerk to call that. And so, as I said, this would just be for the membership, the number of members of the panel. We'll do. And to make it easier, what we'll do is as a choice. So if you prefer 5 or if you prefer 7, and we'll go with the majority vote proceeding forward.
So I take it we're going to do an online vote here, Dave, Chair. There'll be
Yes.
Here. Okay.
Yeah. The poll will open up and it'll give you the option of 5 members or 7 members.
Thank you, Chair.
And it will just be requiring for this vote a majority. All right, you should see the vote. Please enter your choice.
Nice color. It'll be darker when the water goes in. Ron Caron, we can hear you, just to let you know.
Oh, great. No, I'm on mute there.
All right, we're going to close the vote. I think we've got all the votes in, and I'll turn it over to our clerk to report the results.
Ron, your speaker's on still.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to turn it off on my phone here. Sorry.
All right, thank you, everyone. There were 18 votes for 5 members and 26 votes for 7 members. So I guess it would be 7 is the outcome.
Yes, thank you. And so we'll get those terms of reference, the draft ones, back on the screen, and we'll change the number there from 5 to 7 to reflect the vote. And then back to the names I had on my list. I did have Director Gladue, but I'm going to let Chairperson Carrier.
We can't hear you, Chair. I don't know what it is there.
Is everyone able to hear me now?
There it is. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for catching that. I'm going to go to Chairperson Carrier first, who has not yet spoken, and then I've got Director Gladue. And if anyone else wishes to speak to the terms of reference for any of the portions, please go ahead and use the raise hand function. Chairperson Carrier, please go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Carmen Carrier, Chair, Métis Women, British Columbia. I'm in support of the document that we're discussing here today, and I also just wanted to make a comment and thank President David Allard. I appreciate that you have been holding us to account, particularly in one of the preamble where you have failure to implement, respond to, or seek clarification regarding duly adopted MNGA resolutions undermines governance, accountability, procedural integrity, and confidence in MNBC institutions. So I just want to highlight that because I appreciate the accountability component here, and that extends to all areas of governance. So thank you for bringing that forward in your motion.
Thank you very much. Director Gladue, please go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank Leader McDonnell for, this is a good concept of democracy, and I'm really liking it. Our nation is intact. We're doing great things here, and I just want to say that we're heading in the right direction. This is good stuff that we're doing, and yeah, thank you for everybody's involvement, and I just want to commend us for really exercising good democracy here. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to any of the points of the terms of reference, any proposed changes, or anything else? Yes, President Allard, please go ahead.
Yeah, there was a blank sections. How will that be addressed? Thank you.
Thank you. I was waiting for anyone to mention that, and if not, I was going to. If you turn, yes, we've got it there. Obviously, the final written report would need to be delivered, and including a date for which MNGA, as well as extending the reporting date. Given obviously that should this pass today, it would need to be operationalized insofar as getting requests for applications and that process. I might suggest, or certainly open it to a suggestion of which season and which MNGA or which year to present a final report. And again, this is, I'm not going to say aspirational, but certainly is not set in stone insofar as if additional time is required, they may extend that date. President Allard, if you wish to make a comment or a suggestion, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest the final written report to the June 2027 in-person MNGA, and then the reporting date to the 2027 AGM.
Sure, if we can add that. And so that would be, as President Allard mentioned, that would be the in-person MNGA. There we go. The summer 2027 MNGA, which of course, as from motion one, we've set those dates, and where additional time is required to complete the review, the Commission may expand the reporting date to the 2027 AGM. Thank you. And I do see a comment. Of course, President Byrd, you could raise your hand so that we could all hear that. But a comment of perhaps we have the term commission and panel used kind of interchangeably. And so perhaps if we keep it as panel, given that's the title, I think, towards it, Senate Review Panel, just to make that consistent. So I'm going to look for a seconder, or perhaps in relation to just the dates portion of this now. I'm just going to, sorry, I just need to make a note so I can keep track of that. Director Fisher, please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to second that. And I was going to say the same thing, that there's like two different words. Can we make sure that we use the right one all the way through, I guess? A consistent one all the way through.
I'm seeing maybe we can go with commission. It does seem to appear the one that was initially provided. And this would be more of this is just a housekeeping thing. So I don't think it needs a formal vote. We'll just make sure it's consistent throughout.
And I will second the date.
Thank you very much. Just gonna President Sundin, please go ahead.
Joy Sundin, Prince Rupert and District, Métis Society. And just noting that we are saying that the MNGA is going to appoint the members. Our next MNGA is not until December. That's pretty tight turnaround, I think, for a final report for summer. I would like to see this move quickly and get it going so that we can report in the summer MNGA. But I don't know, maybe somebody in governance can say how quickly this can move along, as it seems like a fairly short time turnaround if we have to wait for the MNGA to appoint the members. Thank you.
I think that's a very good point, President Sundin, and what I might suggest to the ears that are open out in MNBC operations is, or the MNGA itself could call whether it's a special MNGA, or have them have the names sent out or by email with so people can consider those names and then approve in that manner, similar to or an MNGA. And that's a special MNGA called for that purpose, which I think would be something we could do, similar to when there's been the elections and things like that. So very good point, President Sundin, and I'm seeing some thumbs up here in operation or governance that those kind of things can be considered. Chairperson DeJager, please go ahead.
Yeah, I totally approve. Thanks for that. I believe it should be expedited as fast as possible. Louis DeJager, 2SMBC chairperson. I'm just wondering about allocation of costs. So how much is this going to cost? Where is it going to come from? And if we do want to expedite it, where is that funding going to come from?
Thank you, Chairperson Jay. If we can just put a pin in that just for a little bit, that portion of the discussion, we'll just deal with the dates first to settle that, and then we'll move on to costs or any other discussion. But thank you, and I'm just making a note to revisit that. Leader Lewis, if you wish to discuss anything about the proposed dates.
No, sorry. I was wondering if there's a statute of limitations. I realize you're talking about the dates, but I'm wondering if there's a statute of limitations. How far back would a person be able to, or would the committee be able to review items?
My understanding, it's a review specifically as this came out of in the original resolution from, I think it's the December MNGA. It's to look at basically a case study of Senate file number 187. And to see how that process unfolded and to make, as we see in the purpose, to making recommendations regarding judicial and dispute resolution system. So it, as set out and as originally proposed, and from the terms of reference, it does seem to be, if I can say, discrete to a degree, and so it's looking at one particular handling of a particular file. So it shouldn't go beyond or back farther than Senate File 187, nor anything that has been since. Now, some that information may play in, but that seems to be the directed purpose of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? I see President Fisher. I don't know if that's just a hand that stayed up. Okay, I'm seeing shaking head. Anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed dates that have been added here? Seeing no further hands, I'll look for unanimous consent if there's a agreement amongst the Assembly for the proposed final written report by summer 2027 MNGA may be extended to the AGM of that same year. Any objection? All right, seeing none, we'll pencil that in there, and I will turn it over to back to Chairperson Dieger if you wish to have any discussion about costs or that aspect.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to where that funding would come from.
Sure, I think I've got governance. We can Jazz can respond.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker. We don't anticipate significant costs associated with this, primarily administrative and some staff time, which we are proposing will be covered under the governance operations budget.
Seeing a thumbs up from Chairperson Dieger. Is there anyone else wishing to discuss any of the other or any aspect of the terms of reference? And I've got Leader Lewis, please go ahead.
So just to tag off of what Speaker Jazz had said, so it will be virtual, will it? Or will it be in person only at the MNGA or AGM?
Perhaps I'll turn it back to Jazz to maybe respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our intent is most of the commission's work will be done virtually, and then the only in-person would be the discussion at the MNGA as noted earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. President Graham, please go ahead.
June Graham, Alberni, Claycoat, Métis. A couple concerns. Wondering about the process of picking these 7 people, and just to be quite frank, it's not a secret the negativity that's flying around about our Senate, and that quite a majority of people would love to see our Senate gone. So now my fear would be that these 7 people would be from that part of our citizenship. So I'm wondering how we can prevent that from happening so that there is other people on there that may have opposing opinions. And I'm concerned about the lack of culture, history that is involved, not involved here. Elders. This is all really important stuff to me. So I'm not one to beat around the bush. So the question is how will we decide what 7 people will sit on this committee? And how do we avoid having the strongly opposed folks against our Senate not dominate that committee? That's my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if I can answer that, but what I'll point to is the appointment process, that applications will be reviewed by initially the MNGA Governance Committee who develop a list, but it's ultimately the MNGA, this assembly, who makes the appointments. And so I would envision that if a potential applicant for the commission is proposed, and someone on the MNGA is aware that that person has the concern that you just raised, if that's important for you or any others, can raise that concern in saying why a person should or should not be appointed by the MNGA. Ultimately, obviously, it would be up to the MNGA as a body to make those appointments, and that's kind of how I see. And then, of course, as part of that, we see that the commission members shall be selected so that collectively they possess experience and that's set out here, which also includes, where appropriate, the wisdom and perspective of an elder. So again, this is, as I understand reading that's kind of framing the applications or who they would expect applications to come from, that the governance committee will be considering and providing, and then ultimately up to the MNGA itself here to determine of however many applicants there are, who of those 7 should be appointed.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to be aware of any conflicts of interest. And also, when the time comes, I will be putting my name forward, just putting that out there. And I'm hoping that that would be a nice balance to who the others are. Thank you so much.
Certainly. Thank you very much. President Sundin, please go ahead.
Joy, Prince Rupert and District, and I just wanted to make an inquiry, just so I think I'm getting lost sometimes in the language. Thanks, Biddy Ann, for that, those words that allow some of us to say those things. I'm just wondering about your exclusion. Patrick spoke about exclusion, political versus everything else, and what are we doing about anyone who is a candidate for an election? And I just want to know if there is a final decision on that. Are we withdrawing that or not? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So if yeah, it's on the screen there. So those that are not able to be on the panel as per the draft, obviously anyone that was involved in Senate File 187 or a member or employee of the MNBC Senate. And as set out here, anyone who is a candidate for election or a prospective candidate for the board of directors in any election taking place while the panel is active. So as I read that, if, as you mentioned, President Sundin, if we were to go by the regular cycle of MNGAs, this commission members would be appointed in December at that MNGA, which would mean that the election will have already been completed. And so, and hopefully, fingers crossed, there's no other by-elections that would be in place. And so that would not be an issue at that time. Obviously, if the decision is to hold a special governing assembly to do that selection, if that selection is after the, and I forget the date, August 27th election date, or 23rd, then those concerns would also be moot, if I can put it that way, because the election will have been completed. So that may be something that the MNGA would wish to consider in the date it wishes to call ahead, if it wishes to do so, in order to make that. I'm not sure if that assists, or if you have any further questions or clarification requests there.
Just for time. Yeah, just time expediency, just trying to get this done so that we can present, it can be presented, at our next summer MNGA. So we've got to get this started before August 22nd. So as long as we can get started with governance, we're doing okay. I just don't want to exclude people that may be the prospective candidates for the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone else is going to, I'm going to go to President Byrd to speak for a second time, and then President Wingham, and then recognize Director Gladue.
Thank you, Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I just want to acknowledge what June said, and as our region's representative on the MNGA committee, I really did hear what you said, and I will be keeping that in mind as we are reviewing the various applicants for appointment. So I just want to thank you for raising those important points. I agree that that knowledge and that perspective is important to bring into this commission.
Thank you. President Wingham, please.
Anthony Wingham, President Wichita Métis Society. Just a note on the membership inclusion. Anyone directly involved with Senate File 187, would we not all be involved with that, considering this has been brought to this MNGA a couple times and delivered quite extensively? Would we not all have some sort of impact, whether that's us being privy to some of this information? I'm just kind of wanting a little bit more clarification on that piece.
I wouldn't believe so. I mean, Senate File 187 essentially concludes when the decision was made and rendered. So there's obviously been discussion after, and that's essentially what the commission is being built to do, is to even do even more dive into the facts and the circumstances around it than what's even occurred thus far at the MNGA. My understanding from that, it would be so any of the parties, presumably any of the witnesses, anything like that, who is direct involvement in that file. And of course, that would be up to the MNGA when you're selecting a member, if or selecting the members of the commission, if there's awareness or questions about their connected to whether they were involved in that, would certainly can be raised and argued by the MNGA as saying, okay, this person's not eligible because of that. But again, it's up to the MNGA for the members and how to apply the exclusions. Director Gladue, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, for that explanation. Common sense also comes to play here. And I'm going to use this concept, like my grandpa would say, "Neona instotin monia tapiote." We are really starting to get a lot of people that are forgetting about our culture, and they're coming into this. Let's get the best and the brightest minds. What does that mean? What it means is the fact that we need people that really understand our culture in this, that can play, that can know it, because we're going to lose ourselves. We're becoming more of a colonial style of government, and this concerns me. And June, I just want to say this about June. She made a good point about the fear of there are those that may get involved. There are those out there, people, that want to see the Senate gone, that they want our Senate eliminated. If we do that, then we are hurting ourselves. So please ensure whoever you're going to be moving forward with, that these leaders are on side, because there are traitors among us. Thank you.
I've got 3 hands up. I'm going to recognize them in this order. President Jobin, President Shaw, and conclude with President Allard, and then go to see if we have a vote, whether or not we can vote on the terms of reference and deal with this resolution. I know we're coming to 10 minutes after the scheduled health break, and people may wish to do that. And I feel like we're getting close to the end here, that we could probably conclude this in a moment, but I'll turn it over to President Jobin first.
Say Travis Jobin, Métis Nation Columbia River Society. I guess I've just got a question on the scope. Now, from what I understand, what you're saying is the scope of this is to look at the Senate, just the Senate hearing. The scope is not to look at the, follow-up of that, of the community meeting in Fraser Valley that happened after the removal of that president. It's just to look at that initial file 187, correct?
I think that's a very good question, and I don't know if I can answer that based on just reading of it. And I think handling of Senate File number 187, I think, and using the words from Director Gladue, a common sense would also include how it may have been released or presented. Again, it looks like the policies or the procedures around it and what recommendations can be made in relation to that. So I don't know if I can respond any more clearly than that, but certainly I think that would be something for the commission to discuss as the information comes out, and whether or not they feel that's within or without their outside of their mandate. Have President Shaw.
Dana Shaw, Badger Métis. I just have a question about the final selection process. It goes to the governance committee and then it comes to the MNGA. Will the governance committee be giving just 7 names that they have chosen, or will there be more than 7 for the MNGA to choose from? Because if the MNGA decides they don't like a candidate, we would need to have backups, right? So I'm just wondering how many names potentially they're planning on bringing to the MNGA.
I would expect that, and I know President Byrd just thumbs up and is listening. As I would anticipate, is that the MNGA would kind of, MNGA Governance Committee would kind of be doing like a screening aspect to make sure that someone's qualified, and then putting those names forward. That's what I would just anticipate, but that's certainly. Okay. I'm just hearing as from governance that's going to be assisting in as the department lead, that all applicants will be forwarded to the MNGA for consideration with the recommendations of the MNGA Governance Committee. And I see a thumbs up from President Shaw. Great. My last speaker, President Allard.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Thank you, June, and President June and President Caitlin. I agree the names chosen are extremely important. One thing that we must all recognize is we all have biases. They're not all necessarily bad. We can have good biases, but that being said, I believe anyone who puts their name forward for this commission shouldn't have any personal relationships with individuals involved in Senate Case 187. In that case, that would exclude myself. So I won't be putting my name forward. I do believe I had enough wherewithal and self-awareness to craft this resolution that brings us to this instance. But I would not want to take the chance that my biases related to personal connection to someone involved would impact my decision making if I were to be part of this commission. So I won't be putting my name forward there. Just for the record, I want to take the opportunity as well to respectfully ask that Director Gladue retracts his comment and apologizes. The word traitor was a little bit too harsh in my estimation, and not aligned with what most of us would expect of proper leadership there. So respectfully ask for a retraction. Thank you.
And I do see the hand up, and I do, given the comment from President Allard, Director Gladue, if you wish to speak.
No, I won't. Like I said, this is political. We have people out there that want to hurt our nation, and I'm entitled to my opinion. And I'm not calling anybody out. And unfortunately, he's perceiving that I'm calling people out. No, but I do see things. We see it out there. And our culture is really in jeopardy. And we see the Munyao Métis coming up, and I'm talking about that. So I'm glad I got to say this. Our nation is in peril, and the next moves is going to be important. You better watch who we vote for, people, because the next one's important. So thank you. So at the end of the day, I'm entitled to my opinion. And yes, I'm not saying there's anybody. I'm not saying they're on this MNGA. But if you read other people's comments out there in the real world, there are traitors out there amongst us that want to see us fail, that want to see us go. So thank you, Dave, for bringing that to light, but I will fight for my nation. Kia instotina neonaote. Apsis kia monyaote. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to conclude the discussion at this point. The last little bit, a few speakers, there's nothing proposing new changes or anything. So what I'm going to look for, I think we can do this, we can look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to adopting the terms of reference for the Senate Review Commission as amended and presented? Seeing none, then those terms of reference as amended are carried or are adopted, I should say. And then given that that has occurred, I'm going to look for unanimous consent to deal away with unfinished business 1 as it is now moot, given that the terms of reference have been presented and indeed adopted. Is there any objection with essentially removing unfinished business 1 from the agenda? Seeing no objection, that is removed from the floor, and we will take a 15-minute health break. We'll see you all back in 15 minutes.
Hello, everyone. We are going to be coming back from our health break now, and we will be starting with a quorum check with our clerk, please.
Welcome back, everyone. Going in alphabetical order. Dylan Adam, Vermilion Forks.
Present.
Melanie Allard, interim president.
Present.
David Allard, Salmon Arm. David Allard. Danielle Bergevin, MYBC chair.
Present.
Thank you. Caitlin Bird, Greater Victoria.
Present.
Thank you. Zev Brewer, Cathat.
Present.
Thank you. Topher Burke, Columbia Valley.
Present.
Ron Karan, Vernon and District. President Karan. Carmen Carrier, MWBC Chairperson.
Present.
Rhonda Carrier, Vancouver Sea to Sky.
Present.
Thank you. Bernadette Chaboyer, Northwest BC.
Present.
Alana Copeland, Fort St. John.
Here.
Nicole Corson, West Kootenay.
Present.
Louis DeJager, 2S MBC Chair.
Present.
Thank
That's
you.
me. Sorry, my volume just went on.
Lauren Dean, Mikisew.
Present.
Betty Deck, Moccasin Flats. Cheryl Dodman, Kelowna.
Present.
Thank you. Kim Finlayson, Golden Ears.
Present.
Deb Fisher, Region 4 Director.
Present.
Brody Fisher, Two Rivers.
Present.
Paulette Flamond, Region 7 Director.
Present.
Rainey Gervais, Region 5 Director. Director Gervais. Thank you. Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director.
Proud Métis here.
Tracy Good, Fraser Valley.
Present.
Thank you. June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot.
Present.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I believe he sent a message he had to step out. Brenda Fletcher, Mid-Island.
Present.
Susie Hooper, Region 6 Director.
Present.
Travis Jobin, Columbia River.
Present.
Terry Kennedy, South Okanagan, Smilkameen.
Present.
Anthony Curlow, Surrey Delta.
Present.
Tara Langlois Young, Chilliwack.
Present.
Alan Lavalle, Region 2 Director.
Present.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley.
Here.
Tyler Massey, North Island.
Yeah.
Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley and District.
Present.
Jordana Olinari, Tri River.
Present.
Mike Parody, Rocky Mountain.
Present.
Mert Servatius, Kootenay South.
I'm here.
Thomas Spence, Prince George.
Present.
Oh, Zelda Hunt, North Fraser.
Present.
Thank you. Joyce Sundin, Prince Rupert and District.
Present.
Marlene Swears, Caribou Chilcotin.
Present.
Anthony Wingham, Wichea.
Present.
Sorry, these are a little bit out of order here. Dana Shaw, Boundary.
I'm here.
Okay,
Have a good weekend.
And Heather Weaver, New Caledonia.
Present.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are moving on to UB2, and my understanding is that UB2 through UB7 are all pieces that were submitted by Mikisew, and also that there has been some conversation between Mikisew as well as the MMBC around this package. And so I'm hoping that I can pass it over to Vice President Dean to speak to where things have come to, and then we can talk about how we're going to move forward from here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren Dean. I'm the Vice President of the Mikisew Métis Association. I'm very happy to be here today to speak on behalf of Mikisew to these resolutions. I guess before we start, we met with MNBC reached out and asked to meet with us, and I've met with the senior staff or parts of the senior staff of MNBC twice now. The second time was with our president, newly elected Chris Sample. And at the last meeting, we went through each of the resolutions and talked about what MNBC has already implemented or what's newly been implemented, and also discuss things that were not implemented and that there could be issues doing that. What I asked for was a document that clearly outlined what MNBC was already doing in relation to what the resolutions were asking for. And MNBC was able to put together a document that explained things a little bit, as well as a more detailed document that actually goes sort of line by line with each of the resolutions and covers what has already been done internally. So that's sort of the background to that. Sorry, I have the screen up here with everyone's faces on it. So if I look up, sorry about that. So that sort of addresses that part. I'll speak to the rest if that's okay. Okay, so Mikisew submitted these 5 resolutions in the spirit of advancing and strengthening our nation. These resolutions intend to clearly define what MNBC is already required to do and ensure that those obligations are carried out in a consistent, transparent, and accountable way in support of the charter communities. We're not trying to restructure MNBC's constitutional framework, and we're not trying to limit the authority of the board or administration. One of Mikisew's elders, who I'm sure most of you know, speaks about how MNBC was created, purpose-built, to support the charter communities. In my decade of working with Mikisew in various capacities, charter communities seems sometimes to be lost in the growing administrative bloat. I feel very confident speaking to these resolutions, as I feel that each item in each of the 5 resolutions would be a great way to start rebuilding trust within our nation. From the MNBC unfinished business detailed response, it is clear that some actions have been taken to improve communication and transparency. However, as the old saying goes, trust but verify. These resolutions would begin to enforce transparency, and they seek to shed light on internal processes that are seemingly murky at best. By working with Mikisew to review the resolutions and draft the companion documents, MNBC has demonstrated dedication to improving its relationships with the charter communities and, by extension, the MNGA. These resolutions will only continue to improve those relationships, which will strengthen our entire nation. Marcy.
Thank you. Okay, so I think what we'll do next is I'm going to ask if there's someone from staff who could go through the response and action plan, because it does summarize what is going on at MMBC for each of these resolutions, and then we can move forward through the resolutions. Is there somebody from the staff who is able to do that? One moment. We'll move to Chairperson Diego first.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Are we gonna do a mover and a seconder and then put it on the floor and then speak to each resolution? How would the chair like to proceed?
So what we'll do is we're going to go through the information as a whole, and then we will move into each resolution from there. Thank you. All right. Was there somebody who is able to present this?
Yes, from staff, Anna Mayoni, and I can go through MNBC's response to each resolution, if that. Wonderful. All right, so starting with resolution unfinished business 2, resolution 2. That resolution is regarding the financial transparency, disclosure, and reporting, asking MNBC to implement a formal, standardized, GAAP-compliant financial transparency and reporting framework that publicly discloses compensation, funding flows to chartered communities, cash and liquidity, and reconciles all operational financial reporting to the audited statements, supported by necessary policy and legislative changes. In regards to the first point, the annual public disclosure of compensation, we can say that MNBC does comply with the statutory compensation policy disclosure. We already do the board remuneration and CEO compensation and the reporting of all employees earning in excess of 75,000. That is reported in aggregate, and that is in accordance with the Societies Act. As well, we also post the CEO and board expenditure report. That's the Q3 one is included in the spring MNGA package. It's also posted on the website. And the Q4, the full year CEO and board expenditure report, is posted on our website on June 1st. So I would say that we do already do that. As far as standardized financial reports to charter communities, I would say that we are expanding our AGM report booklet, and we will have more accessible financial information available in that booklet. We started that last year. We are continuing that process. As well, we will have the impact and outcomes from each ministry, and it's going to be plain language. We'll have charts, we'll have illustrations. So it is going to be an expanded report. MNBC currently does provide charter communities with financial reporting tied to their approved funding agreements and program delivery. So we should just say that any standardized reporting would remain limited to the chartered communities' relevant funding, just to ensure that there isn't an unnecessary administrative burden or extensive disclosures. For the next part, annual community level funding disclosures by funding stream. In response to charter community feedback, Finance does provide monthly financial reporting on those distributions to chartered communities. That is an increase from the previous quarterly reporting that we were providing. If we are going to expand on this reporting, we just need to be really clear about what those definitions and standardized formats are and would look like to ensure that it is practical, it's sustainable, and that it's useful to communities. That's really the most important thing. As well, we just want to highlight to support communities with the board strategic priority funding requests. We have two streams. We have event funding and non-event funding, and I believe in the document that was sent out, there are links to how to access that funding and put in a request. As well, we are looking at that structured process and reviewing it as we go, but that process is in place right now. As far as the disclosure of restricted versus unrestricted and deferred versus unspent funds, I would just like to say that we track all of that. We track our restricted funds, our unrestricted, our deferred, and our unspent, and we track that within our accounting records. We certainly report those through our existing financial statements and governance reporting. If we are going to expand on that reporting, again, we just need to standardize what those definitions and formats would be to ensure that it's accurate, it's practical to produce, and it does have the proper context. The next point, the mandatory reconciliation to the audited financial statements. Again, MNBC's interim and year-end financial reporting is prepared with the same accounting records and the same general ledger used for the audited financial statements. It's subject to very rigid established internal controls, and completing a full line-by-line reconciliation of all program level reports presents challenges because of the year-end adjustments. We would need to establish the scope and create standardized reconciliation protocols for this to be practical, and these efforts would certainly require additional resources to be sustainable. Moving along into the quarterly liquidity and cash reporting, MNBC provides quarterly financial reporting to the Audit and Finance Committee and to the board, which includes the cash position, the overall financial health of MNBC, and any expansion to quarterly liquidity reporting would again just require those agreed definitions and formats to ensure the information is accurate, contextualized, and practical to produce within the existing reporting cycles. GAAP compliance and confirmation. MNBC's financial statements and reporting are prepared in accordance with Canadian GAAP using not-for-profit organization standards, and they are subject to independent external audit. I would say existing practices absolutely meet this requirement. And moving along to unfinished business 3, compensation, remuneration, and standardized honoraria framework. Thank you. MNBC has, for province-wide standardized honoraria and per diem rates, we have that. We have standardized province-wide hospitality and honoraria policies in place. We have per diem rates that are aligned to the National Joint Council guidelines used by the provincial and federal government, and those are updated quarterly. Our existing policies meet the intent of consistent benchmark per diem and honoraria practices across MNBC committees, tables, and working groups. The next point, consolidated compensation policy for leadership. So in 23-24, we did undertake a formal compensation policy framework initiative, and that guided compensation for all of MNBC staff, including executives and directors. We absolutely ensure that compensation is aligned with cultural values, internal equity, and market competitiveness. The salary ranges are disclosed on our job postings as required under the Government of British Columbia's Pay Transparency Act. The next point, point C, recognizing and compensating chartered communities for admin burden. MNBC recognizes the importance of compensating Métis chartered communities for administrative and reporting responsibilities arising from funder requirements. And funding for this comes from the administrative portion of MNBC's funding agreements. Expanding this direct compensation would mean finding additional dedicated funding. And point D, aligning compensation with MNBC's strategic plan.
You just take the dog for a walk.
Our existing practices link role and compensation to strategic objectives through formal position, justification, and approval workflows. This includes our human resource-led job design, evaluation, and position approval process with finance-led budget and funding impact reviews. And moving along to
Anna.
Yes.
I'm just going to pause here very quickly just to see if there are any questions, just because the package is quite lengthy. And I do see that Chairperson Jaeger has his hand up there.
Yeah, I was going to actually give Anna a chance to come up for air. So, but yeah, I had just like on UB2, I sort of broke it down myself. And Patrick and I met with the finance team yesterday for a lot of discussions. We weren't there with you, VP Dean, but I heard you've had some great discussions, but I support UB2 for sure. Communities deserve clear and consistent information about how those fundings flow. The standardization reporting could improve planning and accountability. Transparency, like you say, builds trust between MNBC and, of course, the communities. Some of the concerns is of course much is being done. So I'm glad that Anna and her team have broken it out like this so we could see what was being done. Full reconciliation and expanding reporting will require additional staff and resources. So I think I always want to note that because as we go into being presented the budget at the board and then, of course, receiving the financials, we'll have a better idea of, where those funds are going to come from, where we need to sort of act as far as getting you what you want. But the biggest thing is like what information is missing. So that's kind of it is like, what else do you need to know? Because I remember a couple of years ago at the AGM, not one question was asked during the finance, right? So it was like, well, why spend the time and money reporting and when people aren't even interested? So hands up go to you and your community VPD on bringing this forward. And yeah, look forward. Maybe we can go, do other people have questions about two or three. That'll give Anna a little bit of a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Jaeger. So we will want to keep the questions to what's been presented by Anna, and then we will be able to discuss each resolution in more detail when we get to that part of the day. I do see President Graham there.
June Graham, Alberni, Clayoquot, Métis. I have, let's see, 13 questions here, which of course I'm not going to ask from community members about the finances. So I guess I'll just start. I'd like to give you two if I could, and then I'll see if there's time for others later. If MNBC already tracks restricted, unrestricted, deferred, unspent, and reallocated funds internally, why can that information not be reported to MNGA in a summarized public format?
Would Anna or Louis like to respond to that question? I see you, Anna.
Absolutely. We do report out on our deferred, our restricted, and our unrestricted on our audited financial statements. And I think what we're proposing is to translate that into more plain English in our AGM package that comes forward. Beyond that, I think we would just need to understand sort of what additional disclosures everybody would like to see beyond sort of what we're already tracking and reporting.
Okay. And let's see, I'm just picking any old question. Does MNBC agree that reporting financial information only to the board and audit and finance committee is not the same as accountability to MNGA and chartered communities?
I can jump into, yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right, June. I'd love to set it up so that we could have that back and forth in that discussion at the AGM, or I know there's other things that Mark does regionally in the community. Let's have more of a dialogue and really start to build that trust and make sure that you're getting exactly what you need to get.
Thank you. And so we'll move to President Byrd.
Thank you, Vice President Byrd, Métis Nation Greater Victoria. As you said, Louis, much of this has already been done. However, it's not being shared with chartered communities, which goes back to June's point, is that sure, there might be a standardized province-wide travel hospitality honoraria policy in place. Where do we find that information? It's not available to us. There might be procurement policies in place. We don't have access to that. And so I think that it really gets to why Mikisew put these forward, is that we hope that MNBC has a lot of these things in place, but we don't know because we can't find them and they aren't provided in an accessible way to us. And so it's really important for that transparency that we have access to that, and it might even support chartered communities in their policy development. So really wanting to highlight that it needs to be accessible, transparent, and easy for chartered communities to access. We shouldn't have to go finding and digging around, searching, and still coming up empty, or emailing and not getting a response. And to the point that there weren't very many questions asked, it's because in other times when questions have been asked, the response, and again, going back to why these are put forward in the first place, the response was, we'll get back to you with that information, and that information was never gotten back to. And so there's no questions asked because there's no confidence that we're going to get results from those questions. So there's a lot that needs to go into here, and there's a lot to rebuild for trust and transparency for chartered communities, and that's the intention overarching behind all of these. I would love to see the policies in place that MNBC uses to guide their decision making.
Thank you. I do see, Anna, you have your hand up. Would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Actually, yeah, we've had some great conversations about this, and we are looking at how we can make those resources available for communities because I absolutely agree. We have the policies in place, and if those are useful for the other communities, then we want to be able to provide that. So we are working with our communications team and seeing how we can ensure that these are accessible and that the relevant honoraria policies and the travel policies are made available. So we are really working on how we can ensure that that information gets to you. So those resources will be coming out.
Can I just add, and to citizens, not just MNGA members? Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go to President Wingham, and then once we've had the response to his question, we are coming up on lunch, so we will take our break then. So President Wingham, please go ahead.
I hate to stand in front of lunch. I just had one kind of question, I guess. I don't know. Just thinking about the citizens, we have a range of citizens from youth to elders. The actual use of technology, it varies between who's actually using it. I see that the CEO board expenditure report is buried in the board resources. I'm wondering if there's a possibility of actually having some sort of financial piece on the website that our citizens, our MNGA members, presidents, even potential funders can actually look at to see what's going on. To actually have to dig through different links on MNBC right now, it doesn't seem like it's too user friendly. So I'm just wondering if there's been any consideration about actually having this accessible, which doesn't have to be dug through. I mean, even looking at the board meetings to get to that, to find out what's been going on there, you got to click through a whole bunch of different links. Just wondering if there's been any maybe attempt to put this more online a little bit more easier than it seems to be buried right now.
Thank you. Chairperson Carrier, did you want to respond to that?
No, I had a question actually.
Oh, okay.
I can respond a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we need a better way of getting that information out and a much better way of trying to find it. It's murder, that website. And that's one thing that we've talked about. So our communications has guaranteed us that something will be revealed at the AGM, and we're going to have that portal where that communication and those questions can have direct contact with whatever department you need, especially finance, which I think is very, very important. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, and I do see you there, Chairperson Carrier. We're going to hold your question for after the break, but you are at the top of the speakers list when we come back. So it is 12:01. We will take an hour break and see you back here. It is, I guess, 1:01 if you're in Mountain Time. So we'll see you back here in an hour for our quorum check, and we'll get going on the rest of our agenda.
Your bugs and cheese is gonna come.
Hey,
Bugs and
Alan,
cheese.
Alan, call. Your mic's on. Oh, well, look, I hope you don't say nothing incriminating.
Alana, your mic is on, just so you know. We're still live streamed.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everybody. It is 101/201 if you're in Mountain Time. So we are coming back, and I'm going to ask our clerk to do a quorum check for us.
Great, thank you. Just for a change of pace, we'll go in reverse alphabetical order this time. Anthony Wingham, Wichita.
Here.
Heather Weaver, New Caledonia.
Present.
Marlene Swears, Caribou Chilcotin.
Present.
Joyce and Din, Prince Rupert and District.
Present.
Zelda Hunt, I need to move that. North Fraser.
Here.
Thank you. Thomas Spence, Prince George.
Present.
Dana Shaw, Boundary. Dana? Mert Servatius, Kootenai South.
I'm present.
Mike Parody, Rocky Mountain.
Present.
Jordana Olearny, Tri River.
Present.
Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley and District. Betty Ann?
Oh, I said present. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Sorry, we didn't quite catch that. So
no worries. Thank you.
Tyler Massey, North Island.
Here.
Thank you. Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley.
Present.
Alan Lavelle, Region 2 Director. Director Lavelle. Okay. Tara Langlois Young, Chilliwack.
Present.
Anthony Crillo, Surrey Delta.
Present.
Thank you. Terry Kennedy, South Okanagan, Similkameen.
Present.
Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River.
Present.
Susie Hooper, Region 6 Director.
Present.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I believe he has stepped out. June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot.
Present.
Tracy Good, Fraser Valley.
Here.
Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director.
Present.
Rainey Gervais, Region 5 Director.
Present.
Brenda Fletcher, Mid-Island.
Present.
Paulette Flamand, Region 7. Director Flamand. Brody Fisher, Two Rivers.
Present.
Deb Fisher, Region 4 Director.
Present.
Kim Finlayson, Golden Ears.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman, Kelowna. Cheryl. Okay. Betty Deck, Moccasin Flats.
Here.
Thank you. And welcome. Lauren Dean, Mikisew.
Present.
Okay. Louis DeJager, 2 SMBC Chairperson.
Present.
Nicole Corson, West Kootenay.
Present.
Alana Copeland, Fort St. John.
Here.
Bernadette Chaboyer, Northwest.
I'm here.
Rhonda Carrier, Vancouver Sea to Sky.
Hi, it's Jessica Hebert. I'm here for Rhonda. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. So Jessica is the vice president. Carmen Carrier, MWBC chair.
Present.
Ron Curran, Vernon and District. Ron? Okay. Topher Burke, Columbia Valley.
Present.
Thank you. Zev Brewer, Cathat.
Present.
Caitlin Bird, Greater Victoria.
Present. Hello.
Danielle Bergevin, MYBC chair.
Present.
David Allard, Salmon Arm.
Here.
Okay. Melanie Allard, interim president.
Present.
Thank you. And Dylan Adam, Vermilion Forks.
Present.
Okay, and I saw Director Flamand came in. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm on, but I can't get my sound higher, so I'm going on another
Okay.
device.
Okay. Thank you. And did I miss anyone? Okay, you have a quorum.
Fantastic. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to Chairperson Carrier for her question. And then if there are no further questions about the response and action plan for unfinished business 2 and 3, then we're going to pass back to Anna and ask her to go through the remaining sections. Maybe we'll do a few at a time, but and then once we've done all of that and we've answered the questions, we will move UB2 and go through them unfinished business by unfinished business. So Chairperson Carrier, please take it away.
Thank you, Carmen Carrier, Chair, Métis Women, British Columbia. My question is for Mikisew. Just wondering if you are looking to have a timeline applied to these resolutions.
Thank you. I believe it does state within the resolutions of what we're looking for. Basically, at the end of the day, we're just looking for some sort of guarantee and plan that this will actually be implemented within a set timeline. So.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions related to the response and action plan for UBI 2 and or UBI 2 and 3? Okay, I see none. Anna, if I could pass it back to you to go through 4 and 5, and then maybe we'll pause again there.
Sorry, just 1 second. It would be probably a little bit more beneficial if we could just separate them by each resolution and allow questions after each one, if that's okay.
Sure, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to suggest that I will pause after each one and then give an opportunity for everyone to ask questions. So just moving on to UB4, the independent audit and organizational oversight. MNBC to commission an independent third-party audit and organizational review of community funding flows, internal efficiency, and executive compensation benchmarking.
No, that's why I popped up the other screen, because they show it.
Oh, sorry. Workload offloaded to unpaid community volunteers with public reporting of findings and management responses to MNGA and all chartered communities. For the first part, the independent audit of chartered community funding flows. So MNBC administers and disperses funding to Métis chartered communities in accordance with those established financial controls and contribution agreements. The payment timing is dependent upon when MNBC receives the external funding and occasionally on conditions within the funding agreement. So any independent review of funding flows would really need to distinguish between MNBC controlled processes and those external delays that are out of our control that come from funding requirements or those funding timelines. The next one, the organizational efficiency review across MNBC. We have undertaken multiple organizational efficiency and modernization initiatives in recent years. That includes changes to organizational design, to role clarity, systems modernization, and process improvements within the parameters of those approved funding agreements and governance structures. The operating model reflects the unique governance and rights-based role of a Métis government in BC, and any additional external efficiency reviews would have significant cost and resourcing implications, as well as require dedicated, unrestricted funding and clearly defined evaluation criteria to ensure that our governance and nation-building functions are appropriately considered. The next one, C, executive and senior management salary benchmarking. The executive and senior management compensation at MNBC is guided by a formal compensation framework, market-based benchmarking, internal equity, and our cultural values. Our existing leadership compensation is aligned to comparable public sector and Indigenous governance organizational benchmarks. D, identify work downloaded to unpaid community volunteers. Métis chartered communities act as delivery partners under defined funding agreements and program guidelines, with roles and reporting requirements varying by funding stream. Any assessment of work delivered by unpaid volunteers would need to clearly distinguish between funded program responsibilities and unfunded expectations arising from funding constraints. And E, public reporting of findings to MNGA and communities. Public reporting of audit findings to the MNGA and chartered communities is dependent upon the commissioning of an independent review with the agreed scope, timing, and resourcing of that work. Any public reporting would also need to be appropriately structured to clearly present impacts, implications for Métis chartered communities and management responses. And I'll just pause there and see if there's any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Anna. Are there any questions for this section, the unfinished business 4? President Wingham, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification here. In the previous responses that were talked about in this document, we are kind of talked about as a non-for-profit. And then when you're talking about the actual pay that the board members get, you're referring to them as an Indigenous government. So I'm just looking for the clarity. Are we an Indigenous government in British Columbia, or are we a non-for-profit?
Anna, go ahead.
Thank you. So we are incorporated, we are a non-for-profit. That is our corporate structure. And that is the way it is. But we are absolutely trying to act and become a government. So that is where we try to align in our organizational design, our policies, our practices as we move in that direction.
So would it be fair to say that the actual compensation for the board is based on us actually being an Indigenous government compared to a non-for-profit?
When we did the compensation review exercise in 23-24, we looked at governments, but we also looked at First Nations. We really did, a variety of different market analysis. So I think we took it all into consideration, and that went to the board for deliberation and discussion on sort of what was fair and what was reasonable and what was aligned with who we are. So I think it was, I'm going to say it was really a blend of a variety.
Thank you.
Thank you. President Graham, please go ahead.
June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot Métis. Once again, 7 questions, so I'll drop it down to 2. Does MNBC support or oppose an independent third-party review of community funding flows?
Anna, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think it comes down to, what is the cost of that going to be? We have our independent audit. We have other independent reviews. So I think it comes back to what are those resources, and is there something that we are able to do internally that can give the communities and the citizens confidence and that can answer these questions? Is there a way that we are able to do that within our organization? So, I would ask that question.
If MNBC opposes it, what exactly is MNBC afraid an independent reviewer would find? Shouldn't the Métis public decide?
Chairperson Dieger? You are on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, thanks for that. I don't think anybody's afraid of transparency. I know that right now we're doing an internal audit and we're starting with housing. So those can cost anywhere between $65,000 to K. Are there things specifically that we can target, I think, June, on how we present this? I think that is what internally the team is trying to do, is get the information that you need, and be transparent and hopefully answer questions. What that format looks like, going forward is up to this body.
Thanks, Louis. So, is it an independent reviewer doing that process that is not attached to our normal finance people that report at our AGM?
Yes, it's about 1 month in, and it's MNP.
Thank you, Louis.
Great, thank you. All right, to President Byrd, please.
Hello, Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I want to start first with D, the identifying work download to unpaid community volunteers, and that assessment piece. I'm been around for long enough to remember when UPIP came directly to the chartered communities and not to MNBC. At that point in time, the chartered community received the 10% admin allocation. After it switched to MNBC, MNBC receives that 10% admin allocation. I presume many grants that MNBC receives are similar in that nature. And as you know, for the funding that chartered communities receive, we have to produce reports that MNBC then rolls up in their reporting. Therefore, to me, it would make sense if that admin fee was split 50-50 between the chartered community and MNBC, and 5% to chartered communities for the allocation to support staff members or whomever to do that reporting work, and 5% to MNBC to then do the roll up and do the reporting. So that's one suggestion for that. I don't think the assessment would be necessary. I think that would just come through those various funding agreements that MNBC receives and that we receive. And then when it comes to the organizational efficiency review, again, transparency and having that publicly available would be lovely. It's all good and well to say it's being done, but if we don't see it, we don't know necessarily what that revealed and what steps were taken as a result of that. And then again, C goes back to salary and being transparent in pay and having that available for everyone. I think it's all good and well to say that it's, there's comparables and there's been lots of thought that have gone into this, but if we don't see it, then how is that transparent to us as community leaders and as citizens? Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Dieger.
Yeah, I don't want to take Patrick's thunder away, but he's been a champion of this, and I wish he was here. But my mother used to take a glass and listen to the next hotel room. So I'm just wondering if you were channeling her. So we are talking about exactly what you are talking about as well, Caitlin. So we just have to get through our budget and our finances from last year. And definitely, I want to let you know that those conversations are being discussed at the board level.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any other questions on this page? I see none. Okay, we're going to move on to unfinished business 5. If we could advance the page there, and I'll pass it back to Anna.
And this is primarily focused on governance, so I'm just going to pass this one over to Jazz.
Fantastic. Thank you. Jazz, go ahead.
Anna, you're doing such a good job. You could have kept going. So this unfinished business item is fundamentally about accountability and ensuring MNGA resolutions are tracked, reported on, and implemented transparently. Administration supports the objective of stronger accountability and reporting. However, any new governance structure must align with the Constitution, the MNGA Act, and existing governance processes. The proposed Governance Accountability Committee could be considered, but it would require a clear terms of reference, defined mandate and authority, and identification of the financial administration resources needed to support its work. Many of the governance review activities referenced here, including consideration of previous governance reports, are already included in the Governance Committee's work plan. With significant progress made on the Charter Community Act and Agreement, capacity now exists to advance additional governance priorities. Governance already supports resolution tracking and reporting through publicized MNGA and AGM outcomes and is well positioned to enhance implementation monitoring and to follow up reporting. While we support reasonable reporting expectations and accountability measures, any authority to compel responses from leadership would require further constitutional and legislative reviews. Ultimately, the goal here is to strengthen transparency and accountability while ensuring any new structures or authorities are properly defined, resourced, and implemented through established governance process. I can go through each one if you guys would like, but that's kind of an overview of what was presented there and kind of how we feel supporting it to move it forward.
Thank you, Jazz. Maybe we'll see if there are any questions, and then if there's a need for clarification, then we can go that way. Any questions on this one? No? Okay. If there are no questions, then we will continue on to unfinished business 6, which looks like it is back to finance, I believe. Back to you, Anna.
Perfect, thank you. So unfinished business 6, workforce, payroll, administrative spending, and procurement controls. MNBC to publicly disclose workforce size and salaries, including individual salaries over 75,000. Impose and disclose caps on administrative and consulting type spending, publish a comprehensive vendor and contract registry, and adopt BC public sector aligned procurement policies supported by required policy and legislative changes. Part A, public workforce and salary disclosure. So MNBC discloses board remuneration and CEO compensation with the reporting of those employees earning over 75,000 in aggregate in accordance with the Societies Act. Again, we had mentioned before that Q3 CEO and board expenditure report is included in the spring MNGA package, also posted on the website, and the full year report is posted on the website on June 1st of each year. Salary ranges are disclosed on job postings as required under the Government of British Columbia's Pay Transparency Act. And if we were to share more, we sort of have to balance that with employment obligations and restrictions under BC Personal Information Protection Act. B, caps on administrative, travel, legal, meetings, and consulting spend. MNBC manages administrative, travel, legal, meetings, and consulting expenditures within approved annual budgets and established financial and procurement policies, which the board has oversight of through budget approval and monitoring process. Those expenditures are therefore capped through the existing budgeting and control framework we operate in. And then C and D, public procurement, contractor and vendor ledger, and public registry of agreements, contracts, and MOUs. MNBC maintains comprehensive procurement and vendor records, including contracts and agreements under existing legal, procurement, and contract management frameworks, which are subject to internal controls and subject to audit. Public disclosure of vendor level payments, totals, contract details, and other information would raise some privacy concerns, confidentiality concerns, and commercial sensitivity considerations that would really require clear scoping and a legal review. And lastly, E, procurement policy aligned to BC public sector principles. Our procurement practices are already aligned with core BC public sector procurement principles, including competitive request for proposals, processes posted on recognized platforms such as UNA and BC Bid. Existing policies and practices do meet the intent of transparency, fairness, and value for money procurement. And I'll just pause there.
Thank you, Anna. So we again will be answering questions for this one. I do see that Vice President Dean has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So addressing point C and D there, Anna, thank you. It says that public disclosure of vendor level payment totals, contract details, and other information would raise privacy, confidentiality. So I was just looking on the BC website, and they have actually a disclosure of every single contract that is awarded over $10,000. And that's every quarter. And there's also a section that discloses all contracts that are awarded without going to a bid process. And so I'm wondering how we can incorporate that into this process, as there is a precedent set there.
Thank you. Anna, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you. I think we have the ability to move in that direction, but there needs to be clear language in our existing agreements so that we aren't sharing something that's unexpected with a vendor and just sharing more than what is currently in our agreement. So, we have to, if we are going to move in that direction, we need to modify our existing agreements and our future ones to know that that is the direction that we are moving into for more disclosure as well. I'm not saying that we can't report on that, but perhaps, we can look at things that don't give out details that would otherwise be private. And I guess I would look to you to sort of let us know, like, what do you want to see? Like, specifically, if we could maybe talk about that sort of scope and look at specifically what you would like to see, and then we can kind of see where we can do that and what we would need to change in order to give you that just within our existing agreements.
Thank you, Anna. Chairperson Dieger, did you want to respond as well?
Sure, yeah, I just had a couple things for there. One of them is that whole privacy piece, and some vendors, they're not publicly keen on publicly saying that they do business with us because sometimes that gets them in trouble with doing business with, and I'll say it was some First Nations or people that might not have the best interests, or we might not have really good relationships with. The other one is, I think, yes, we can go in that agreement, and I'd like to see that too. And what I will mention is like the sole source. I mean, because that gets you in, I believe, gets us into a lot of problems. So moving in your direction, I think, Lauren, is really good, and we just need a way how to do that, unless we just number sort of those companies or however. But I'm sure there's a way we can move toward that.
Thank you. We'll go to President Graham, please.
Thank you. June Graham, Alberni Clackwood Métis. Once again, I have 10 questions for this piece. So I'm wondering, Anna, if I can, all of these unanswered questions, because it will take too long, if I can send them to you or someone and have them answered, and I can share that with the other leaders at the table, because I have so many unanswered questions. But I'll do this one here. Does MNBC have a conflict of interest disclosure process for vendors, contractors, board members, executives, and staff involved in procurement?
Anna, did you want to respond?
Yeah, absolutely. And absolutely, we do. Our procurement outlines conflict of interest. We absolutely take that very seriously. Yes.
Okay. And the other thing about whether I can forward questions to you or someone else?
You can email me those questions.
Thank you. And I'll share that with all the leaders.
Perfect.
Comes
Thank
back.
you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to President Wingham, please.
Thank you, Anthony Wingham, Chair of Métis Society. Just another question again. I see here in A, it says in accordance with the Societies Act. And then before we were talking about the Indigenous government for the pay. I'm just kind of curious if we can get a clear definition of who we are, whether we follow the Societies Act or if we are an Indigenous government. And maybe a little bit of clarification from the board as well on when do certain things become more cultural compared to colonial. As I'm reading through a lot of these responses from the board themselves, they seem very colonial responses compared to what was mentioned before is cultural responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, did you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I will respond to the Societies Act. I mean, we are incorporated under the Societies Act, so we do have to follow that. That's simply our legal obligation. But we are trying to act as a government and move towards that self-government. And, so that is how we try to conduct ourselves, but we live in both of those worlds right now. And sorry.
Just kind of being a little bit on the other side, are we not necessarily putting the bison before the Red River cart? We're paying the board members on an Indigenous government value compared to what a Societies Act value might be. I'm wondering if maybe there's a bit of homework where you can share with the MNGA and the citizens of this nation what the pay difference would be for a Societies Act compared to an Indigenous government. Thank you.
We can take that away. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions on unfinished business 6 here? I see none. Okay, let's move on. This is our last section. Unfinished business 7. Anna, can I pass it back to you?
Absolutely. Unfinished business 7, capital assets, program outcomes, revenue strategy, and strategic alignment. MNBC to publicly disclose idle capital assets and land with plans for use, report annually on outcomes for major programs, publish a rolling 3-year own source revenue strategy, and submit multi-year strategic plans to MNGA for review before adoption with clear resource implications and performance measures. A, public disclosure of idle, underutilized capital assets and land. So we maintain asset registers and capital records for buildings, assets, and land holdings within our existing financial reporting processes. A public disclosure of specific idle or underutilized assets would raise safety and security considerations and would require careful scoping and coordination with relevant program areas to ensure responsible disclosure. Additionally, MNBC has been working in collaboration with North Island Métis Association to develop guidelines and recommendations for engagement with Métis chartered communities for capital project development. And these guidelines identify flexible levels of engagement depending on chartered communities' capacity for involvement and provide a framework for consistent communication, consultation, and collaboration. This framework will be shared with Métis chartered communities for review. B, annual outcome reporting for major programs. MNBC has begun strengthening outcome-based reporting for major programs with a focus on highlighting objectives, performance measures, and results alongside financial reporting. Existing work aligns with the intent of annual outcomes reporting for large programs. AGM report booklets will also include more accessible financial information and program service impact outcomes from each ministry, supported by plain language and graphic charts and illustrations. C, a rolling 3-year economic development and own source revenue strategy. Developing and maintaining a rolling 3-year economic development and own source revenue strategy is feasible and aligns with MNBC's long-term financial sustainability objectives. Implementation would require coordinated multi-year financial modeling and reporting from MNBC Finance, Economic Development, and Strategic Implementation teams. And D, MNGA review of a multi-year strategic plan before adoption. Requiring MNGA review of multi-year strategic plans before adoption is feasible and aligns with good planning and accountability practices, particularly in clarifying resourcing and financial impacts. Implementation would require adjustments to planning timelines and documentation, which may result in capacity and scheduling implications.
Thank you very much, Anna. Okay, any questions on this section? Colleen, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for just a chance to share some thoughts about this, because we've had lots of conversations internally about this, and especially when things like this come from community, there's just nothing more important than our chartered communities. So I'm was thinking a couple of things. How do we share the information that chartered communities are asking for? So that's the first thing. The second thing is, how do we discuss the information that is shared with the chartered communities and include all of you in the decision-making process? So, and I just think of the strategic plan piece in this one, and it kind of jumps out at me. And it seems like what we need is we have these spaces at MNBC, like the MNGA and like the AGM, to discuss and discover and inquire about legislative processes. But we don't have a space, we haven't created a space to talk about the business of the nation, the operations of the nation, and how that connects between MNBC and the chartered communities. And the things that are included in the business of the day and operations are finances, how governance is related to finances, but policy pieces, operational pieces, procurement pieces. These are the things that it feels like we're not discussing on a regular basis because we never have time to talk about them at the AGM or MNGA unless it comes forward in this way, which is good, but we need to, internally do a better job. So I would like for your consideration to think about what this would look like if we have created this space already with the quarterly meetings that the Métis chartered communities have, where they come together and have these discussions about different things and people do presentations, etc. Would that space, could we shift that space to be a high-level space about how to do the business of the nation with you? So for example, if we're talking about the strategic plan, so when we're drafting a strategic plan and we have the bones of it together, we come to that gathering with all chartered communities and say, hey, this is where we're at. This is what we think it might be. What do you think? It's more of a co-development piece of work where we get all this stuff going on. And then we go away and we do some more work on the strategic plan. And then we bring it back to all of you. And then when we get to the quarterly reporting pieces, we're coming back to you saying, this is what we've done really good at, and this seems to be moving ahead with all of you, but this is not moving at all, and we're trying to figure out why, and we got funding cuts, or we got more funding here, so we're shifting funding or whatever, but we're coming to you often with the business of the day. And I think what's kind of happening here is we're doing all this internally. I have like a whole, just from our chief strategy officer, a whole thing on where we're at, the strategic updating is, but that's not shared with you guys. And I'm thinking that we need to look at what that space is where we just share everything with you and get your feedback and you become part of the decision-making process. Because it feels like we're just doing everything and then kind of handing it over to you and say, well, here it is. But we need to start doing it together. So I'm hoping that maybe those quarterly chartered community spaces, if you're willing to give up a bit of time and we should just be doing the business of the day with you at every one of these meetings together. Not us doing a PowerPoint presentation. It should be a business meeting where we're discussing the business of the nation. So I'd really like to just share that for consideration, and maybe we can think about how we move ahead and how we can have these conversations that we're having today, but actioning the things that we need to do so they're actually done and we're coming back to you and not leaving everybody till the next MNGA. So I think we need to do business. I think that's what it looks like. But thank you for allowing me some time to share that.
Thank you. We'll go to Director Fisher.
Yes, thank you. Actually, what I want to do is I just want to publicly thank our operations team for all the work they've done to support these questions and stuff. I think it's really important that we have brought this on. I look forward to where we're going to take it from here. And I want to thank also Lauren and your community for bringing these forward. I think it's excellent.
Thank you. We'll go to Chairperson Jaeger.
Yeah, thanks, Colleen and Deborah, and especially VP Dean. This is the fire under our ass, right? That we needed, that this nation needed to we want to be involved, and we've talked about this and with healthcare as well. And it's not good enough. What we're doing isn't working. And if it's not working, we need to pivot. But we can't do that without the direction from the communities. Those regional meetings are crucial. First Nations have comprehensive community plans. We need to start talking about what that looks like. And ratification has to come from the communities. That is what they do at like the Fraser Salish Caucus. It all comes to the community. The community ratifies what's going to be done, and that should be done with the strat plan as well. It just can't be the board's direction. It has to be the nation's direction. So hands go up for this conversation, and sure looking forward to not only the booklet coming out with more detail, but also continued dialogue on how to make things better. So, hi.
Thank you. President Allard.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Colleen, for that. I'm going to bring up this old chestnut that I haven't mentioned in a little while there. So some of these suggestions that you mentioned there, Colleen, relate directly to Section 60.3 of the Constitution there. It's up to the regional governance councils to keep community leadership apprised of all developments of all MNBC portfolios. So it's right there in our Constitution. We just have to find a way to implement this. And I would suggest regional directors should take lead on this. So that's one crucial element that we already have that we can refer to. As to the mechanics of nation building and the finances behind all of that, the suggestions you provided are very excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, Vice President Hunt.
Hi, I was just wondering about this the collaboration with North Island Métis. Can we not be involved as well in this collaboration like North Fraser?
Thank you. Was there someone who wanted to respond to that? Anna, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that question. So I think that is the intent, that community engagement is going to be collaborating more and bringing some of our learnings that we have done over the past little while and bringing those forward. So I think that this is like an ongoing process. It's not static. It doesn't stop with one, but this is something that community engagement will be bringing and working with the communities on. So I think that is really in process right now.
Thank you so much. I did see your hand up, President Massey. Did you still want to speak?
Yeah, just a quick one. We've been dealing with MNBC operations from the North Island Métis perspective. We really try to separate governance, which I believe this meeting is, with operations. Operations has a specific area of expertise, and I have an operations group. That's why North Island went to MNBC operations, because we're not a volunteer board. We have staff. So our staff are meeting direct with their staff to come up with a solution for, I guess, conflict of interest, what can or cannot be shared. You know, we're getting down to the meat and potatoes so we can actually have staff work together rather than have two levels of, well, the board has to talk to me, then I have to talk to my staff, who talk to me, who I talk to the board, who talks to their staff, which is useless. We want to have a staff-to-staff communications all ironed out in a nice, wonderful agreement that everybody understands what can or can't happen. This was part of our housing project up here. What we ran into from a frustration from our perspective is we were having issues with our local city of Campbell River government, and the connection with the consultants and MNBC talking to the city staff. I worked for the city of Campbell River for 30 years. I know everybody in there, and yet I couldn't go there because it was a MNBC project. So we're trying to work around different issues like that from operations and trying to get it separated from governance. So that's why that's why we're there doing that right now.
Thank you. Okay, any final questions? I don't see any, which means that we now, President Swears, are you waving at me or are you waving?
I can't find the little yellow hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Talk to Tyler Massey. Some of the locals are not up to speed as you are, and it's actually kind of quite confusing as to what you're saying. If Fraser Valley or what you guys are doing in collaboration, is that how does that shoe fit all of us? I'm just wondering how that works out.
President Massey,
Well,
would you like to respond?
Well, from my perspective, that's going to be how MNBC organizes it with you. We're right now working on an agreement so we can get our project moving in the North Island. And what we're hoping is that we can have a framework, much like the community charter agreement, that you can pick and choose based on the capacity of your own Métis charter community. We actually have a staff of 13 people. We can attach projects to different people. So we're hoping that, or the ultimate goal would be, is you can have a menu to choose from, much like the chartered agreement with MNBC through this process as well. That's what we're working for North Island, and how MNBC rolls it out to everyone else. That's an MNBC issue. I can't speak to that.
Right. So it all depends on our growth and what capacity we're at, because it sounds like you're very, very blessed, and the rest of us are just catching up or trying to figure out how to sustain our rent only. And never mind staff, they're still volunteer basis. And it's like, how can well, I guess MNBC, how are you going to be fair like that when you're talking to other communities, when I still have people or getting emails from staff coming down from MNBC coming into the school board offering something like, I'll say it, Yeti, it really ticked me off, but nobody contacted us as a local. And I mean, it's not a big issue, but it is a big issue. Like, I'm glad where you are at, that I think we'd all like to achieve that sustainability, but it's very hard when the communication levels is very good because you've got staff, you've got professionals working for you. We've gone volunteer board, and it comes and goes, and it's elderly. So I'm just saying that I guess MNBC's got to really come to us as a community. That's all.
Thank you. I will go to Vice President Bird, or President Bird. Are you Vice or President right now?
Vice President.
Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go back to unfinished business 6 for a moment. I have a question that has come to me. And that is, I'm curious about the caps on administrative, travel, legal, meetings, etc. on B there. And it says MNBC manages those caps, but I'm curious, again, transparency. Are those caps available for the MNGA, for citizens to see? And if they aren't currently available, when will they be made available?
Thank you. Anna, can I pass that back to you?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just rereading it. So if I'm understanding correctly, so the caps on administrative, travel, legal meetings, consulting expenditures within approved budgets. So there are every different program funding source, I think, has different caps, but we also have sort of internal ratios that we want to maintain for, what those administrative pieces are, what those shared services pieces are, and how much. But it really, it varies depending on the individual budgets. So I guess I would ask, how would you want to see it? Like each each budget is so very different. And then, of course, we bring our combined budget forward and we review that. And those pieces, they fit together. But sorry, I'm probably not explaining. I'm diving too deep in my accounting brain, but just to try to conceptualize it, it's taking, we'll say, 150 different agreements that have different benchmarks, they have different caps, and then applying sort of our internal pieces to them. I would never say that we would exceed, say, 12% or 15% for admin. And then, when we have travel legal meetings, it really depends on the scope of the agreement. Like what is it related to? Would it be some funding that we got that is maybe purely event focused, in which case, we're going to have higher amounts. But really, I think what we want to focus on, and probably what communities would really like us to focus on, is what are those benchmarks for programming, and making sure that that X percentage coming out for programming is really what communities are getting and how that's delivered, and that the other things, these more administrative pieces, are kept within like the right scope and those right percentage points. And that's really what we're analyzing in this budget cycle. Is that helpful at all?
Yeah, and I think what would be most helpful for citizens is within the financial report that is produced. And as you mentioned earlier, you're thinking about how to make the financial report have more layman's terms and more sort of actual understanding for the average citizen to understand how MNBC is using its funding. So I think as you talk about the different budgets and the collective budget as a whole, having a section in there on, maybe it's not the caps, but maybe it's what the spending has been, a dollar value, percentage value, either that perhaps by budget. You mentioned different budgets. I actually don't know what those different budgets might be. I'm assuming you're meaning different ministries, different sectors, something like that. That's interesting to me, but also as a comprehensive. And it'd be, I think, interesting as a citizen to see what those patterns might be. If there's certain areas that are having a higher administrative load than perhaps other areas, a higher legal load than other areas, higher meetings or consulting, I think that would be really interesting for citizens to be able to have access to, and just sort of see how our nation is spending the money and making decisions to conduct our business and represent us.
Thank you. Chairperson Diego, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I do. I'm actually interested in that because I'm not sure if we have actual spending policy. And I think that's what I'm hearing, Caitlin, is have we developed, this is the maximum that we're going to go here, or a range. Because you're right, I do see some of those programs and it's like astronomical, and I go, how do we even have that kind of money? I think we just need to get better at that spending. But I will tell you that the board, like, we have no more in-person meetings for the rest of the year, only the AGM that's coming up. And that's a conscious choice that we made because we know we've got to tighten up some things and get like even the board needs to know exactly what you're asking. That frustration has been felt with us for a little while now, but we're working with staff to answer those questions and get us what we need to make those decisions. So thanks, Caitlin. I think that's definitely something that we could talk about.
Thank you. All right. Last call for questions. Okay, I don't see any. So that means that we get to now move on to unfinished business 2 for real. I will ask the clerk to read the resolution, please.
Okay, sorry about that, folks. This is unfinished business item 2. Subject is financial transparency, disclosure and reporting, submitted by Mikisew Métis Association to the MNGA clerk on January 29th. and requires a majority vote for approval. Again, this is one that was not dealt with in the spring, so it was moved to this agenda. Be it resolved that the Métis Nation Governing Assembly directs Métis Nation British Columbia to implement a standardized financial transparency and reporting framework that applies to all funds paid, allocated, or administered by MNBC for the benefit of chartered communities, regardless of funding source, internal classification, or delivery mechanism, including but not limited to chartered community funding, board discretionary funding, program-based funding, flow-through funding, and any other MNBC-controlled funding streams. This framework shall include annual public disclosure of total compensation paid to all elected officials, executives, directors, and committee members, standardized financial reporting to, pardon me, all chartered communities using approved templates, including approved budgets, actual expenditures, and variances, provided at least twice annually with authority retained by MNGA to require more frequent reporting as capacity permits, and with the first report delivered within one fiscal quarter of adoption of this resolution. 3, annual disclosure by chartered community and by funding stream of all funds paid or allocated, including amounts approved, amounts paid, timing of payments, purpose, conditions, and current status. Annual disclosure of something happened here. Oh, there we go. Number 4, annual disclosure of all restricted, deferred, unspent, and returned funds, including purpose and status. 5, annual disclosure of all restricted, unrestricted, deferred, unspent, reallocated, and returned funds, including purpose, conditions, and status. 6, mandatory reconciliation of all departmental, program level, and funding stream financial summaries with audited financial statements, including written explanations for all material variances and reclassifications. 7, quarterly reporting on liquidity, unrestricted cash, deferred revenue movements, and material cash obligations. 8, confirmation that all financial statements and reporting are prepared in accordance with Canadian generally accepted accounting principles applicable to nonprofit organizations. B, be it further resolved that MNBC shall make any consequential amendments necessary to legislation, policies, procedures, or internal financial frameworks to accurately implement the requirements of this resolution.
Thank you very much. Can we have a mover and a seconder, please?
Lauren Dean, Mikisew Métis Association, I so move.
Wonderful. Thank you. And a seconder. You can use your hands up function. If you're waving at me, I can't see you.
Zelda Hunt, I second.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So did either Vice President Dean or Vice President Hunt want to speak to this resolution before we move to general discussion?
Lauren Dean, Mikisew Métis Association, I can speak to this. Reviewing the, I did introduce this obviously beforehand. Reviewing the unfinished business detailed explanation that MNBC sent out, and comparing it to the resolution here, it's pretty clear that there is a lack of established reporting and external accountability with a lot of these processes. And so, whereas the information included within their documents outlines that there are some things that being currently undertaken, I believe that these specific items included in this resolution will help us to be fully informed in a way that's not reliant on internal processes, but something that's established by the MNGA.
Thank you very much. And our seconder, Vice President Hunt, did you want to speak to it? Okay, perfect. All right, was there any other discussion on this resolution? Please use your hands up. President Wingham, go ahead.
Yeah, just me again. Just in that last point, the confirmation that all financial statements and reporting are prepared in accordance to the Canadian Generally Accepted Accounting Principles applicable to non-profit organizations. Again, just looking for clarification if we are an actual non-for-profit or an Indigenous government. This will completely change a lot of things in there. Thank you.
Anna, did you want to respond to that?
Thank you. Yes, we for our audit purposes, we are absolutely a society. We are incorporated and we report under GAAP, and that is with the not-for-profit accounting rules. So that is the framework with which we have to report.
Thank you very much. President Swears.
Yes. When you're saying in the letter A, regardless of funding source, like MNBC for the benefit of charter communities, regardless of funding source, what are you meaning by that? Because as a local, we also have other operations that fund us, not just MNBC. And so are you looking for something if we are combining both effort, like an in-kind service or an in-kind reporting? Because when I showed our people here, they had a problem with that regardless of funding source, because we work hard to get those relationships and get those other fundings. And we feel that every time we try to get that crab effect, when we get something going, MNBC wants to take it away. And so I'm just wondering about that. Expanding on that a little bit more clarity on regardless of funding source, where we would have to report. I don't mind reporting in kind. I don't mind reporting in that, and that's it. But I don't think I need to disclose all my funding sources to MNBC.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that if you see, it says to all funds paid, allocated, or administered by MNBC. So I think our intention here is that it's only any funds that are coming from MNBC.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No, seeing none. All right. Maybe we will attempt unanimous consent on this. Is there any objection to this resolution? All right, seeing none, it carries. Thank you very much. Alrighty, so onwards to unfinished business 3. If I could ask the clerk to please read the resolution.
This is unfinished business item number 3. The subject is compensation, remuneration, and standardized honoraria framework. Doesn't affect any legislation. It was submitted by Mikisew Métis Association to the MNGA clerk on January 29th, 2026, and requires a majority vote for approval. Again, this is a resolution that was moved from the spring meeting to this meeting. Be it resolved that the Métis Nation Governing Assembly directs Métis Nation British Columbia to develop and implement a single comprehensive compensation and remuneration framework that includes standardized province-wide honoraria and per diem rates for all MNBC committees, tables, and working groups, with per diem rates aligned to those used by the Government of British Columbia and adjusted where appropriate for high cost or peak season locations. A consolidated compensation policy covering elected officials, directors, and executives, including salary bands, travel and accommodation standards. Explicit recognition and compensation for administrative reporting and implementation work required of chartered communities by federal and provincial funders. and demonstrated alignment of compensation and remuneration practices with the MNBC strategic plan through the annual budget and reporting process. B, that MNBC shall make any consequential amendments necessary to legislation, policies, procedures, or internal compensation frameworks to accurately implement this resolution, and that the framework be presented to the MNGA for review and endorsement within 12 months.
Thank you very much. All right, I will look for a mover and a seconder.
Lauren Dean, Mikisew Métis Association, Vice President, I so move.
Thank you so much. And a seconder? President Wingham, wonderful, thank you. Did you want to speak to the resolution, Vice President Dean?
Again, we're just looking for transparency and to make sure that things are being done in the way that they're said they're being done. And also it would be helpful for us to be able to receive these resources to help us with the charter communities.
Thank you. And President Wingham, did you want to speak to the resolution?
Yeah, no, I would just echo what was said before. I really like to not have myself or my citizens or my children have a news report that says a whole bunch of different financial information. That's kind of a surprise to all of us. So I definitely support this.
Thank you. All right, so we'll open the discussion. Any other discussion on this resolution? Again, please use your hands up function. No? Okay. I see. Oh, President Wingham, please go ahead.
That's me again. As you can see, I keep on bringing up the same topic. If we are going to be talking about paying the elected officials, I really hope that we decide whether we are moving forward as a society or an Indigenous government. I think the two differences between what a society would pay compared to what an Indigenous government would pay, I think a lot of people would be pretty surprised with the difference there. So I think there's a little bit of clarification on that as far as remunerate for the pay for the board itself, but definitely will be speaking in favor of this.
Thank you. Director Gladue.
Thanks. I've been involved with MNBC since 1996, and here we are in 2026, and we're going back to where we're bringing people who want us to go back as a society and preach that we're a society. Yes, we fall under the Societies Act, but we're a Pissawakamik. We govern ourselves. Remember that we're a nation. If you want to be a leader in this nation, you got to act like a leader, not a society. We are a society following those rules, but at the end of the day, we are a government in process. So please know your nation and understand your nation, because we do not want to go back to colonial ways. We are pushing in the 2026 world, and that's how we see it. And I've been fighting for a long time with this process, and it seems like we're going backwards again with a new leader that thinks we're a society, which is unfortunate. But one day we'll be there, and somebody will learn to understand and speak as a nation and not as a society. So we are a nation. Remember that, Anthony. We are a nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? All right. Seeing none, again, we're going to ask for unanimous consent on this resolution. Is there any objection? And Dina, I'm assuming your hand is up from before. Thank you. All right, any objections to this resolution? All right, seeing none, the resolution carries. And we are moving on to unfinished business number 4. If the clerk could please read the resolution.
Okay, this is unfinished business, item 4. The subject is independent audit and organizational oversight. Does not affect any legislation. Again, submitted by Mikisew Métis Association to the MNGA clerk on January 29th, 2026, and requires a majority vote for approval. Be it resolved that the Métis Nation Governing Assembly directs Métis Nation British Columbia, to establish strengthened independent audit and organizational oversight for the purpose of supporting transparency, accountability, and capacity for chartered communities by requiring an external audit and review conducted by an independent third party examining recent fiscal years of chartered community funding flows, including timelines, transparency, compliance, and any withheld or delayed amounts. Inclusion within the audit scope of an organizational efficiency review process across MNBC departments and functions, assessing alignment with core mandates to support communities and citizens. Benchmarking of executive and senior management salary bands against comparable provincial, regional, local government, and Indigenous governance organizations of similar scale. Identification and reporting of work generated by paid MNBC personnel that is delivered or implemented by unpaid chartered community volunteers, including how such work is communicated and assigned, and public reporting of audit findings, recommendations, and management responses to MNGA and all chartered communities in a format that clearly identifies impacts and implications for chartered communities. And B, MNBC shall make any consequential amendments necessary to legislation, policies, procedures, or internal frameworks to accurately implement the requirements of this resolution.
Fantastic. All right. Once again, if I could have a mover and a seconder.
Lauren Dean, Vice President, Mikisew Métis Association. I so move.
Thank you so much. And a second. Please use your hands up function. Oh, there we go. Thank you. I have President Massey. Perfect. Vice President Dean, would you like to speak to the resolution?
Basically more of the same. This will strengthen our governance and our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Massey, did you want to speak to the resolution?
No, thanks.
Perfect. All right. Any discussion on this one? Please, again, if you can use your hands up function. I can't see everybody. President Graham, please go ahead.
June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot Métis. I'll just pick 2 questions out of 6. Will MNBC commit to compensating communities for reporting, application writing, program delivery, administration, and compliance work?
Is there someone who wants to respond to that? Anna, please go ahead.
Thank you. In all of our funding streams, I agree that that administrative component, that burden that communities bear to deliver on any of these funding streams should be there. And I do believe that all funding streams, all funding that we give to chartered communities should have an administrative component with which to do that. And I think that most of them do have that built in. Certainly some of the larger pools that we send out, and it should be there because that is a part of providing those services. And I think that's incredibly fair.
Thank you. And your second question, go ahead.
Okay. What dollar value has MNBC assigned to unpaid charter community administrative labor required by MNBC or the funders?
Anna, please go ahead.
We have not assigned a dollar value, but that is certainly a framework that we, will evaluate, but we don't have a dollar value assigned.
Thank you. Director Fisher, did you want to respond or did you have another comment?
No, it's just a comment. It's a comment about that. When we're in negotiations or talks with provincial government and also with the federal government, I want to assure you that that is one thing that I bring up constantly, that we are the only Indigenous government that run on volunteer service. That is usually met with surprise. So even our provincial government people and our federal government people don't even realize it. They really don't understand the work that we do, nor do they understand how our systems work. So we've got a long ways to go and we have to do it together.
Thank you. Chairperson Carrier, did you want to respond to President Graham, or otherwise we'll go to Vice President Byrd?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, President Graham, Carmen Carrier, Chair, Métis Women, British Columbia. Thank you for bringing this forward. I just want to assure you that at the board table, our communities are at the forefront. And we recognize that the accountability from the board and from MNBC needs to come to our communities. We have had these discussions. We have not seen the budget yet. So, I mean, personally, I couldn't assign anything a dollar value because I don't know the budget yet. So those discussions are to come, but I thank you for raising that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Vice President Byrd, please.
Thank you. And Anna, our finance team, our treasurer went through the MNBC grants, and it's a mixed bag whether we're allowed to take the 10% or not. So some yes, some not. It would be nice if it was consistent so that we can support our own administrative capacity. But my question or my caution or concern is regarding the audit. I agree with the intention of the audit. Hold on, I just have to run and catch my baby before she goes down the stairs. Sorry about that. About the audit, the external audit, I think that it's important, but I question how much it will cost. So I'm wondering if there's a way we can meet the intention without having the same financial burden on our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go back to President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni, Clayoquot, Métis. Thank you to Director Carrier and Fisher for your answers. We've been talking about this for a lot of years. And I'm aware that people are surprised that we are volunteers. I was hoping we would get farther along from this because I'm witnessing a lot of burnout from the leaders in our communities. And like I said before, we're at the bottom of the totem pole. We're the one that holds this whole structure up. We're important. I've been saying it for years. We're important. And our leaders are burning out. We're doing stuff that we probably shouldn't be doing. It should probably be done by our massive staff that we have. But nonetheless, it comes back to us. As a leader myself, I am so tired of all the responsibilities I have with the clinic, with the daycare, with the running of the office, all of those things. And I'm not alone. Every leader on here probably can understand what I'm saying. And we have come to this table so many times and talked about this. We need to be validated. We need someone paid to do these kind of jobs that need to be done. Because it's not our job. We're building relationship in our communities. That's our job. We're connecting with our citizens. That's our job. We're reaching out to our elders and finding out what it is they need. That's our job. We're handing out food for people that need it. That's our job. We're going down to the streets and feeding the homeless and the addicted. That's our job because we're part of a community. But there's so many other things that are asked of us that aren't our job. And I think it's time that MNBC made that a priority to look into this. Find funding. Look after your leaders. Without them, you wouldn't be here. So I can't say it enough. And I'll really like the day I don't have to say it at all. But I am speaking not for myself, I'm speaking for all the communities. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to circle back to Vice President Byrd for a moment. With your comment, your question, Caitlin, was there an amendment or a change that you were hoping to make?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I guess a motion to remove the word external and have an internal audit and review, perhaps, and therefore utilizing MNBC staff. I know that sort of has implicit conflict of interest perhaps within it. So I'm open to others' thoughts on how to navigate that, but I'm just wanting to reduce the cost of an audit.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to remove the word external. Vice President Dean, I have you on my speakers list for the resolution at large. Did you want to second that amendment, or did you want to just speak to the resolution? We'll come back to you if you want to speak to the resolution at large.
I actually just had another recommendation for a replacement for A.
Okay, please, yeah.
To have an internal audit and compliance team report to the CEO and the board, and then to present to the MNGA at every MNGA and then also at the AGM, so that the internal audit and compliance team reports directly to the board and to the MNGA, which I feel might work to act as a bit of a, not quite external, but change up the auditing pathway.
Okay, perfect. Can you please put the wording that you would like to see in the chat just so that we can make sure we're getting it right? And then we'll give our clerk a minute to make these amendments so that we can move forward. And Caitlin, I saw you had a thumbs up there. Once we've got the wording, the proposed wording up here, if you can just confirm that that's in line with the motion that you were hoping to make.
Sounds good, I will. Thanks.
Someone please help. The grammar is beyond me at this point.
Okay, thank you. I can see our clerk is nodding. I think she'll take it from here. Yeah, there is.
In keeping the part about examining the fiscal years of charter community funding flows, et cetera. So maybe period, this audit will examine recent fiscal years of charter community funding flows. I can wordsmith in the chat as well.
Yes, please, if you could.
I could speak to a little bit of this while we're waiting, or maybe Deborah's, we could chew gum and walk and juggle too here.
I think we're kind of maybe doing the same thing, Louis, is because my understanding is that we already do an internal audit with Anna's lead, and then all of our stuff is also sent to an outside, would you call it another auditor or a chartered accountant, and then they present at the AGMs. So I'm just wondering how we can better that. I totally agree that we need to have these kinds of things in place. I think they're really important. I just don't think I like the fact that we've taken out an outside audit because they're very expensive. I believe that our staff are doing a great job, and then if there is any red flags, that it's going to show up secondarily on the second check and
So I'll
brought
just
to
add,
me.
oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, Dan. Yeah, I'm going to pitch in. It's something we've already been doing for a while. The only thing is we just don't report out. So when it goes ministry by ministry, and then we look for the gaps and we say, oh, this isn't working. Oh, this isn't going to last. And those are the things that happen on those internal audits. So I can see that the only thing is we just don't report out. So maybe I'll pass it over to Anna and she can kind of explain whatever happens to those reports.
Thank you, Anna. Please go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, we actually we have a small internal audit team, but we have a really comprehensive annual audit plan that they follow. And what we do is we look at sort of risks throughout MNBC and where we see the most risk. And we tailor audits specifically to target those areas. And that might be looking at a program, it might be looking at a capital project, it could be looking at a process. And the internal audits are conducted, they meet with the impacted area and an audit plan and how we respond to that, what we do to fill the gaps if there's inefficiencies. So that's developed, and then we come back and come together and look at what the implementation plan looks like. So that is ongoing. It goes all year round in many different areas, and sometimes we'll come back and we will audit twice. It really just depends, and it's really tailored for us. And then of course we have our external audit that audits all of MNBC. So I absolutely think that we can have an internal audit tailored to this resolution on the charter communities. We can certainly do that and provide regular reporting. I think it's just more discussion in what that looks like. But we have those resources and we're already doing that work.
Thank you. Okay. Before we move on, I see a couple more speakers here. I can see both Vice President Byrd and Vice President Dean. Are you happy with the wording that's in there? Can you just throw me a thumbs up? I see a nod from Caitlin. I see a nod from Lauren. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to move to Vice President Dean. Did you want to speak again? I have you just with your hand up there, or is that left over from before?
I actually just had a question, if I could, for Anna.
Sure.
When we're talking about the internal audit, could you clarify for me the chain of command when it comes to where the internal audit team sits, who they report to, and how the auditing works within the finance department?
Yeah, absolutely. So the internal audit and compliance division is a separate division within finance, and it reports through the finance structure. It would, right now, we have an executive director in finance. The internal audit team reports up to them. They, of course, report up to me. I report up to the CEO. And that is how the chain of command within the internal audit structure works. If we are talking about a specific report that communities would like delivered directly to the CEO and not to the CFO, we can do that. We can look at this particular internal audit that you're looking for, and we can ensure that that report is directed right to the CEO and right to the board. We absolutely have that ability. But, you know, I would say that we have a lot of cross collaboration. There is a lot of duties that are shared, and that sort of is how the finance department is so cohesive. And like removing the internal audit team from finance, I think would probably not be a great fit for MNBC because there really is that specific knowledge and that professional oversight that we are able to give within the finance department in order to build out that team, make it better, do the risk analysis, because we hold all of those areas. Of course, you know, we hold that throughout MNBC, but the fit and the structure really works for us.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to
If I could
President
just ask
Finlayson.
a follow-up.
Yeah, go for it.
So would you say that the structure there is going to be free from bias and from conflict of interest if the internal compliance and audit staff have to essentially audit their boss?
I can answer that. They do that already. We have a number of internal audit programs that audit finance procedures and finance processes. We've done quite a number. So that is already being done. It is free from conflict of interest. It is free from that kind of interference. So yeah, I would say definitely it is free from that.
Thank you. All right, we will go to President Finlayson, please.
Hi, I just need more clarification on D. I don't understand what that's pointing to. Part of me wonders if it's what I think maybe it was President June mentioning about remuneration of for presidents or work that's being done, or MMBC putting people in to do some work that we're doing, or is that relating to, like, say when we have citizenship meeting, we have one next month that MMBC is sending a staff to our community to talk to people about citizenship. Is it referring to that? I'm just confused.
Thank you. Was there someone who wanted to respond to that question?
I can respond to that question.
Thank you.
So just following along with the introduction to Resolution 3, for the purpose of supporting transparency, accountability, and capacity for chartered communities, I believe that that D is really looking for to quantifiable hours so that this is communicated to MNBC, to funders, and then also so that the charter communities are aware. Right? If we don't name it, then we can't manage it. So I think that that's the intent behind this one.
Thank you very much. President Dodman, I did see that you had your hand up. Did you have a question or a comment?
Not at this time, but thanks.
Thank you. President Sundin, please go ahead.
Troy, Prince Rupert and District. Just something that I've done for many societies that I belong to. It's been pretty simple for whether it's, quarterly or whatever, to amass the amount of unpaid hours, of volunteer hours that the board or the community has amassed. And it might be something fairly simple to add in. It does mean more work for a few of us that don't have paid staff, but it might be something that will help clarify for the board of directors and for the nation, just so that we can get an idea of how much work we are doing, how many hours, not just the presidents, but everybody who is involved in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any last discussion? No, I don't see any. Again, Vice President Dean, I'm assuming your hand is up from before. Perfect. All right. One moment, please. All right, so with that, we are going to seek unanimous consent for the amendment as presented in the red text here. So replacing that point A with the red text shown there. Is there any objection to this amendment? Okay, seeing none, the amendment, we will make that amendment. And then we are now back to any conversation or discussion around the resolution. Is there any other comments, questions about this resolution generally? Okay, seeing none, once again, we are going to seek unanimous consent for this resolution. Is there any objections? Perfect. So seeing no objections, this resolution carries. And with that, we are going to take a health break. So we will see everyone back here in 10 minutes. So for our Pacific folks, that's at 2:47. For our Mountain folks, that's at 3:47. We will see you in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk for our hopefully last quorum call of the day, and then we'll get on to unfinished business number 5. So go ahead, Nicole, when you're ready.
Okay, in alphabetical order, this is your quorum call. Dylan Adam, Vermilion Forks.
Present.
Melanie Allard, interim president.
Present.
David Allard, Salmon Arm.
Here.
Sorry, I messed up a little bit here. All right, so Dylan Allen. Sorry, David Allard, Salmon Arm.
Here.
Thank you. Danielle Bergevin, MYBC Chair.
Present.
Caitlin Bird, Greater Victoria.
Present.
Zev Brewer, Cathat.
Present.
Topher Burke, Columbia Valley.
Present.
Ron Curran, Vernon and District. Carmen Carrier, MWBC Chairperson.
Present.
Is Rhonda Carrier back, or is it still Jess?
It's still Jess right now. I know she's going to be coming back at some point, but not back yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Alana Copeland, Fort St. John. I do not see her in there. Nicole Corson, West Kootenay.
Present.
Louis DeJager, 2SMBC.
Present.
Lauren Dean, Mikisew.
Present.
Betty Deck, Moccasin Flats. Betty? Nope. Cheryl Dodman, Kelowna.
Present.
Kim Finlayson, Golden Years.
Present.
Deborah Fisher, Region 4 Director.
Present, and can we get 12 minutes on a break? I'm 70 and 10 just doesn't do it anymore.
Brody Fisher, Two Rivers.
Present.
Paulette Flamond, Region 7 Director.
I concur, Deborah, and I'm present. And also Alana Copeland is traveling back from Edmonton to Fort
Gotcha.
St. John, so she could be in a dead zone.
Gotcha. Brenda Fletcher, Mid-Island.
Present.
Rainey Gervais, Region 5 Director.
Here.
Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director.
Here.
Tracy Good, Fraser Valley.
Present.
Thank you. June Graham, Alberni Clayoquot.
Present.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I believe he is still out. His son is graduating today. Susie Hooper, Region 6 Director.
Present.
Travis Jobin, Columbia River.
Present.
Terry Kennedy, South Okanagan, Similkameen.
Present.
Anthony Crillo, Surrey Delta. Anthony Crillo, are you there?
Sorry, yes, present.
Thank you. Tara Langlois Young, Chilliwack.
Here.
Alan Lavallee, Region 2 Director.
Here.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley, Métis.
Here.
Tyler Massey, North Island.
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley and District.
Present.
Jordana Oliarni, Tri-River.
Present.
Mike Parody, Rocky Mountain.
Present.
Mert Servatius, Kootenay South.
Present.
Dana Shaw, Boundary. Dana? Okay, Thomas Spence, Prince George.
Present.
Oh, here we go. Apologies, this one is out of order. Zelda Hunt, North Fraser.
Here.
Joyce Sundin, Prince Rupert and District.
Present.
Marlene Swears, Caribou Chilcotin.
Present.
New Caledonia, Heather Weaver. Heather? Okay. Wachea, Métis Society, Anthony Wingham.
Here.
Thank you. And yes, there is a quorum. And I am just letting President Rhonda Carrier in.
Thank you.
Hi.
So we're going to be moving on to unfinished business 5 in relation to the proposed creation of a governance accountability committee. We'll get that up on the screen, and I'll turn it over to our clerk to read that out, and we'll proceed.
Okay, here we go. Unfinished business 5. Subject is governance accountability and MNGA directive enforcement. Does not directly affect any legislation submitted by Mikisew Métis Association to the MNGA clerk on January 29th, 2026. And the vote required for approval is a majority vote. Be it resolved that the Métis Nation Governing Assembly establishes clear and enforceable governance accountability by directing the creation of a governance accountability committee deriving its authority directly from the MNGA, composed primarily of chartered community representatives with a defined mandate, term, and reporting relationship to the MNGA. That as an initial priority, the Governance Accountability Committee shall review existing governance assessments and reports relevant to MNBC governance and accountability, including a governance review of Métis Nation BC, which is available on the website, and determine any additional information required to fulfill its mandate. That the sole mandate of the Governance Accountability Committee shall be to monitor, track, and publicly report on the implementation status of all resolutions and directives duly adopted by the MNGA, development and maintenance of a publicly accessible resolution tracking mechanism that records each MNGA resolution, actions taken, current status, and outstanding items. Regular reporting by the Governance Accountability Committee to the MNGA and chartered communities on compliance delays and non-implementation of MNGA directives. Authority for the Governance Accountability Committee to require written responses from MNBC leadership where MNGA directives have not been implemented within approved timelines. And provision of adequate and dedicated financial and administrative resources to support the operations, reporting, and public disclosure functions of the Governance Accountability Committee. And B, MNBC shall make any consequential amendments necessary to governance legislation, policies, procedures, or internal legislation and budgeting frameworks to give full authority and functions established by this resolution.
Thank you very much. And I'll look for a mover and seconder, and I'll perhaps see if Vice President Dean is wishing to move this resolution.
Lauren Dean, Vice President, Mikisew Métis Association. I so move.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Yes, President Dodman.
I definitely would second this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Vice President Dean, did you want to speak to the establishment of the committees and how that might look, or anything else on this resolution?
Thank you. Yeah. I'm wondering about process. I feel a little bit unsure about how to speak to this, so excuse me for that. I think all of these items are obviously needed. I'm curious as to how the chief clerk, Jazz was saying these things would be implemented by his team, as of today or for this MNGA. And I'm not really sure where to go from here. I know that the intention of this is not to just duplicate work. It's to satisfy the needs of the MNGA and our chartered communities. I'm wondering if at this point, presented with the information that we were earlier and with previous conversations, if it makes sense to perhaps amend this resolution.
Sure. And in which way are you thinking to amend? One of the things I see just looking at it and from the conversation earlier, and of course, knowing that there is a governance committee already in place from the MNGA what there isn't here is a terms of reference. So for example, the members and the scope and how the members will be selected. Whether that's something, if this passes to be operationalized and then to that process of developing the terms of reference to ensure that there, like you said, there's minimal overlap to kind of keep the various committees separate and on their own track. Is that kind of what you were envisioning there, Vice President Dean, and through your conversations with Jazz?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And I'm not sure if Jazz wish to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. That if the Assembly wishes to pass this and they want us to do, we'll work to operationalize it and be clear kind of what exists and what needs to be created and what the terms of reference look like. So we would do that and bring it back.
Great. So and then we'll just get to President Donovan in a second. So as I understand that, and in response to Vice President Dean's kind of question on process, at this stage, it would be whether or not this assembly wishes to create or direct the creation of such a committee. It'll be sent off to do that next steps on creating the terms of reference and dealing with that, and then returning to the MNGA in some manner to confirm that term of reference for this governance accountability committee. Does that make sense? Is that in response to your question, Vice President Dean? Okay, I'm seeing nodding. Okay, great, thank you. I next had President Donovan.
I think that I know that the board does try and keep things accountable, but I think a little bit of assistance in this would be great. I think this is a really good idea, and like Vice President Dean said, yeah, how to make it work, and then get the details in on who would be sitting on this committee. It's a little bit of work ahead, but I think it's work well towards our future and making our nation stronger. Thanks.
Thank you. President Langlois Young.
Hello. I'm not sure if there should be amendment here, but I just find points 2 and 3 are a little bit not clear in the sense that sorry, I'm just trying to kind of gather that. I find that item number 2, it has like a bit of a formatting issue. And so it says, item 3 says the sole mandate is to monitor implementation of resolutions, but item 2 directs the committee to review governance assessments and determine additional information required. So these responsibilities are broader than the sole mandate that's described in section 3, creating a potential inconsistency. And so I was kind of hoping that could just be rephrased as that following completion of the review described in subsection 2, the sole ongoing mandate of the Governance Accountability Committee shall be monitored, tracked, and publicly reported on the implementation strategy for all resolutions and directives duly appointed by the MNGA. Sorry, that was a lot.
No, that's all right. We're just going to see. There, I think we got some wording. I think captures that. President Langlois Young, does that make sense there? The addition in red.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Okay.
better. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairperson Carey, I do have your name, but I'm not sure if there's a seconder for this proposed amendment. Is there anyone wishing to second that to? Yes, Vice President Dean.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Certainly, Chairperson Carey, if you wish to, or anyone wishes to speak to the proposed amendment, can raise their hand. Did you wish to speak to that, Chairperson Carey, or just more to the resolution in general? Okay. Anyone on the proposed amendment? All right, not seeing anything. We'll see if there is unanimous consent for that amendment. Is there any objection? And I obviously have the hands up from President Langlois Young and Chairperson Carey. So if there is any objection on your parts, just perhaps let me know. Anyone else can use the raise hand function to advise of any. Yes, President Swears.
I'm not really understanding this, so I would like to, for now, abstain. There are some points that I do like, but there's some things that I'm kind of being confused on about it. So I think I just want to abstain.
Sure. And at this point, we're just looking at the addition of the wording in red at this point before the entirety of the resolution.
Mhm.
But then what we'll do is we'll create a poll for the amendment. This will just take us a moment because we'll have to get the wording. And then so you'll have the option of voting in favor of the amendment, so including the wording in red, opposing it, or abstaining from that. It'll just take us a second to get that wording in a poll.
Back to the silly thing. Mhm.
As we're waiting for that, I do see President Allard.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to be offering an amendment here shortly. I wonder if I can sneak it in a friendly way so we can address both at the same time. It's all written out and I can put it in the chat, or should I just wait?
Just wait. That'd be appreciated. But if you've got it ready so that we can enter it into the chat when we get to that, that'd be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you should see the proposed amendment that we inserted the words in part 2. And this is for the amendment only. And so if you could please.
Can you put it up on the screen, please? Put it up on the screen.
Are you able to put the resolution up at the same time?
So the wording,
So the wording in the voting portion here is what was included in along with the proposed wording. I think the difficulty is being able to share the screen and put the poll at the same time. So if you can enter your choice, whether you wish to use the wording that's there in the poll or the quiz, and then enter your selection, yes, no, or abstention. Okay, we'll just give 10 more seconds to enter your selection if you haven't yet.
there it is.
Okay. And we'll close the poll. And I'll turn to our clerk to announce the result.
Okay, we have 34 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and 3 abstentions. So the amendment passes.
Thank you. We'll get the resolution up here again in a second, and then I will have Chairperson Carrier next.
Mr. Speaker, would you like me to go now or wait until the resolution is up?
Sure, you can go now, and it'll come up, I'm sure, while you're speaking. Go ahead.
Thank you. Carmen Carrier, Chair Métis Women, British Columbia. Thank you for bringing this forward. I am all for stronger governance and governance accountability. One of the things that I just want to raise to the Assembly is that our new governance lead, Jazz, is already implementing this. He has implemented a system where we are tracking and reporting on motions that have been put into place at the board level. And this is, I think this is only your second MNGA, Jazz, I believe. So what I'm suggesting is perhaps we could give that new operation that Jazz has put into place, given an opportunity to actually work and see that in motion and see how this new tracking system will be more accountable to our citizens. So I'm going to make an amendment or ask to make an amendment that we table this motion and that we expand the terms of reference for the current MNGA Governance Committee, because I believe that there might be a little bit of overlap here because they're already doing a lot of that work where they're looking at holes in the governance or things that need to be advanced. And I believe that has some accountability, a lot of accountability in that work that they're doing. I do recognize that the governance committee has a lot of work to do because I have been on that committee, so I certainly don't want to add to it. But I'm just wondering if we're creating yet another committee that's just going to overlap with the work that's already being done. And then just asking people to give the process that Jazz has put into place a chance to actually function and operationalize so that we can see the benefits of what that framework is that has been put into place. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Just give me a moment and I'll get back. Just in response to what Chairperson Carrier said, I'm just going to turn to Jazz to maybe make a comment that may affect how we proceed.
Thank you. I think further to Chairperson Carrier's comments, we've implemented a tracking and kind of reporting mechanism for board level decisions and board level motions that we just started, and it's it's going to show some transparency and accountability and all that stuff that Chairperson Carrier talked about. But that's right now currently for board level items only, and doesn't apply to the MNGA stuff that I think that's being asked about in this motion specifically. So not to say we can't increase scope to do that, but that's in place right now just for the board level stuff.
Thank you. So my understanding then is that the processes that are being implemented or built right now would not capture what's intended here within unfinished business number 5. Is that correct, Jess?
That's correct.
Thank you for that clarity.
Right. And so given that, Chairperson Carrier, are you still wishing to postpone this or to proceed?
I would like to keep the amendment that we expand the terms of reference to assign this to the governance committee. However, I will defer to the governance committee. I'd love to hear from members of the committee on that because I realize they have a lot of work, but I just don't want to reinvent the wheel or replicate work that the governance committee is already doing. If this is reasonable for the governance committee to take on, this seems to be a place where we could table and plant that there with that committee. But I would ask the governance committee members if they would please comment if this is something they're willing to do, because if they're not, then I guess I will take down the motion.
Certainly, and I
Or the
know
amendment.
our governance committee has a lot on their plate. So maybe if I can have a representative or someone from the governance committee, if this is something that's already being addressed currently, if I can put it that way, if it's being contemplated and addressed.
But sorry, Mr. Speaker. And if they're willing to or if it's not, to consider expanding the terms of reference to include this work at that committee.
Well, it would be up to the MNGA to expand terms of reference of the governance committee, not the governance committee themselves.
Yes.
Certainly.
Yes, but I would like to hear, having been on that committee, I just like to hear the opinions of that committee.
Certainly. No, that's what I
willing
mean.
to do that work. Thank you.
Yeah. I do have other hands that are up. Vice President Bird, are you on the governance committee?
I am on the governance committee, and I can't speak on behalf of all of us, but I do know that having MNBC be accountable to communities and not only communities accountable to MNBC is a conversation that we've had numerous times as we've discussed the act and the agreement, trying to level those responsibilities and better balance those responsibilities, because we do need MNBC to be accountable to chartered communities as well. So I don't think it's within, like, outside of the scope necessarily. And in fact, my comment was going to be regarding that second point about reviewing those reports. My comment was going to be having, if there is going to be a different committee, having that scope be specific to their mandate and not broadly, because I think broadly does fall within the governance, the MNGA governance committee mandate already. Because we are there to look, my understanding of it is that we're there to look holistically at MNBC's governance systems and see, ideally, at an eagle eye view, holistically, where improvements can be made to better balance relationships and dynamics, and also bring culture and community back into MNBC's sort of legislative structures.
Okay. President Swears, did you wish to speak to it as a member of the governance committee?
Yes, I do agree with Caitlin. I'm glad she's there because I love her voice. But for me, it's something that I don't think I want to do at this time, because we've got even the what do you call those things? Terms of reference for dispute resolution going on. We got the community engagement. We've got all that to come at us. But also in here is, I would like some accountability on what is happening in the Constitution, where all these things are, because you've got all these papers, all these things, but there's no concise thing that we can refer to, recent or whatever. We got all these changes and all this stuff. There's so much information that it's scattered. But I don't think for me, I would like to take on that task by organizing all that confusion.
Thank you. And so I'll perhaps turn back to Chairperson Carrier after having heard from the two of the members of the governance committee, unless there were other governance committee members. I think President Allard and President Jobin are former members.
Yeah, so I will defer to the assembly. But I do believe that governance would, and I will pose this question to Jazz, would governance be willing to replicate this, what we're doing at the board level for the MNGA? Because that might help sort of focus the work and take the stress off our volunteers who would have to come together and form this committee.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, to your point, Chairperson Carrier, yes, we'd be pleased to replicate that work and share that tracking system and implement that tracking system on MNGA level motions and tasks as well too. No problem.
All right. So given that comment, Chairperson Carrier, then your motion to postpone is on the table, is raised.
So what I'll do is I'll rescind my motion because I think Jazz has given us something to consider, and I'll let this motion stand, or I'll commit to letting. I will let sorry, I'm sick today, so if I'm not making any sense, please forgive me. I'll let the assembly speak to the motion and have the discussion carry out. And but we've heard from Jazz, and we could replicate what we're doing at the board level, and I just think that maybe cuts down on some of the work that's expected of our citizens. And I kind of heard mixed. Perhaps there is a willingness from Caitlin, and maybe understanding that Marlene is looking at the workload already. So I'm unclear of what the governance committee is willing to do at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I know I have next President Allard. I know President Allard from the previous one was going to propose an amendment, and so perhaps I'll before I turn to you all, I do have two other hands. If they're wishing to speak to the resolution as is without perhaps suggesting amendments, we can just have their comments and then we can have the proposed amendments. So President Jobin, did you just have comments on the resolution as it is? If so, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Travis Yola, BC Ancient Columbia River Society. I'm fully in favor of the intent of this, and I think it's important that we have this accountability. I just am not in favor of creating another committee to see that work. So I'd rather see that work happen, operationally from NNBC and possibly as part of the governance committee, however it shakes out. I just don't know if we want to make another committee full of more volunteers to do this when we can't do it with what we have existing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Same thing, President Wingham, if your comments are on the resolution as it is, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Anthony Wingham, President with Team Métis Society. Just in regards to creating another committee, I'm wondering if that's stepping away from the work of self-government, as stated in the Curtis Boyer report that was given out on April 29th of 2024. Strengthen voice and participation, the key question for good Métis governance. Do citizens feel they can more effectively express their opinions and actively engage in governance compared to provincial and federal levels? I'm wondering if this is an opportunity to figure out a mechanism to invite more of our citizens in British Columbia to be part of the governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. President Massey, if it's on a discussion as part of the main resolution, go ahead before we get to President Allard's amendment.
So Tyler Massey, North Island Métis. Working with the government, because we as a nation are working towards government. The board or the chair or the council sets direction for staff. So if they choose to set direction for staff to track this, this goes away. Staff have to track it. It becomes completed. You will get a report quarterly. This isn't that hard. If that's what all everyone's looking for, is to have reportability and accountability on MNGA resolutions, direct staff to come up with that solution. It sounds like they already have it. We shouldn't be debating this all day long when a solution is so easily in front of us.
Thank you very much. And then next I'll turn to President Ellard.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I support this for what I see as the intent of it. And with all due respect, I think what we're missing here is not the tracking mechanism element of it, as President Massey just mentioned. And this is where I was going to propose an amendment to this. What we're missing here is to see if the resolutions are acted upon in a purposeful, effective manner. And many times they are not, even though they respect the timelines and the mechanics of the MNG directed resolutions. The effects aren't necessarily what the intent of the resolutions were meant to be. As a quick example, and I follow these things. I mentally track these things there. I don't know if that's maybe I should get a different hobby here, but President Lewis had a great resolution a couple of years ago. It was about having MNBC offer capacity to chartered communities, funding for capacity and resourcing specifically, and that passed. I submitted an amendment. That amendment passed as well. That amendment was that there would be involvement from citizens, MNGA members, to be part of the process. Okay, the resolution passed. What happened was MNBC created a little process that the governance committee would give a thumbs up or thumbs down on a 60-40 split. That was the only part of this whole process that was respected in regards to that resolution, was to create that one element. The intent was for people outside of internal MNBC affairs to participate in how we can help with creating capacity for communities, administrative capacity. And for me, that didn't respect the intent of the resolution. So I would suggest, and we've been talking about this half the day, how do we get more resources to communities? There's offerings of community quarterly engagement sessions. We should talk more about this. We passed a resolution saying that we should participate in it, but from my perspective on the MNBC's end, it was just a ad hoc process and not much came of it. So we got a 60-40 split. How is that having members participate in the process of trying to help the whole communities? So I would say the missing part of this is including offering their opinion if the resolution's intents and purposes were adhered to in a satisfactory way. Tracking timelines, that's easy. President Massey just mentioned that. We can create an algorithm, we can have AI tracking timelines. It doesn't necessarily have to be a committee, but we need to make sure that the resolution's intents and purposes are respected at the end of the day. So in one way or another, I'd like to support this, but with that portion of it included somehow. So I'm open to suggestions. Thank you.
So thank you. Did you had mentioned previously that you may have some wording that you can include in the chat. Did you have something that you wanted to include? And if so, and I'm just going to say where to put that.
At the end
as
of
part of
section, yeah, just at the end. Because for me, that's
at the end of
missing
that
part. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So we'll add that. So. There, I think everyone should be able to see that now, and the proposed amendment setting that out. Would be looking for a seconder for that for President Allard's amendment. Once people have had a chance to read it.
President Allard raised her hand.
Oh, it's all right. I don't see a hand. Yes, Interim President Allard.
I can second it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you wish to speak to it, Interim President Allard? No. Okay. Is there anyone who wished to speak to the proposed addition by President Allard, as he just discussed and as we see it here added in the red? Okay, not seeing any hands coming up. We'll look to see if there is unanimous consent to adding the proposed wording here from President Allard. Is there any objection to the amendment of including the wording there in the red? Okay, I'm not seeing any objections, so we'll have that amendment passing by unanimous consent. We'll have that added to the resolution. And I don't have any further hands. I'm not sure if we're at a point where we can call question. Thank you. I see President Byrd or Vice President Byrd.
Sorry, I just want to clarify my point before on number
Certainly.
2, that the review of those documents will be in relation to the mandate specifically, but like scoped to the mandate of this new committee, not abroad. I'm also just thinking in terms of time and efficiencies and things like that. If they're doing a general review of all the governance assessments, it'll take a bit more time, but if it's scoped to what's relevant for this mandate, then that'll be a tighter exercise.
Yes, and I think that would also be clarified in the terms of reference once that's created. Once there's that discussion that we talked about, where Jazz's team would be able to make sure that any overlap is minimized to focus on the specific mandate that we see at number 3.
Thank you.
President Sundin?
Joy, Prince Rupert and District. Just my opinion is I'm not going to vote in favor of this right now. I like what Carmen said. To wait and see. I would like staff to add this onto their plate and not be forming another volunteer committee here, overtaxed, overworked. I think maybe it can be brought up again. It's a great idea after we see what comes of the staff having a review of it, presenting it to our regional directors, our board of directors, and then let's go from there. So. Not in favor of this right now, but I like the overall idea. Thanks.
Chairperson Carrier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if we defeat this motion, I would like to ask Jazz if he could give us some wording around operationalizing the intent of this. So as he said, governance staff is willing to implement what we have done at the board level, at the MNGA level, to make sure that we are tracking and making sure that there is follow through. Is that something that's possible, Jazz, that you could provide some wording or some explanation around how this would be operationalized as an accountability measure to the Assembly if we do defeat this?
I think Chairperson, and I'll invite Jazz in a second. If it's defeated, then it's gone. But then I think it's up to the board or to provide that direction to staff to affect the intent or however in a different kind of forum. So I think that would be, and it would be kind of up to you and the rest of the board on what that might look like, taking into account obviously the discussion that's had and the resolution that's before us.
No, agreed. Sorry, again, I'm not articulating very well today, but I just want the
No
Assembly
problem.
to hear from Jazz as to what he and his team can do from the operational standpoint. Because I think in interest of transparency, I am all for this governance transparency, but I think that this can be done at the operational level. We do have Jazz now. He is putting these structures in place. We've already seen it working at the board level. So if the assembly allows, if Jazz could give a little rundown on what that might look like, I think that would be helpful for informing the assembly here today.
Yeah, certainly.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you both. I think just mechanics wise, you know, if the assembly wishes to direct the board to do that, we can then operationalize it. I think from what I'm hearing here, it's more than just tracking, and I think President Allard, Dave Allard laid it out. There's other piece here. So hearing this conversation, we can most definitely put a tracking system in place that's more than just kind of, motion passed, completed, this, that, but ensuring that we're kind of the resolution's intent and purpose are being met. We can also do it in a way that it's forward facing and it's not buried somewhere where people can't see it. So, to talk to our comms team, we could put it on the website. It'll be updated. Everyone can see it. We'll make inclusions into the MNGA packages, so it's at the forefront and it's not something that we're having to dig through to get. So yes, we can do it. We've already started it with the board portion. We can mimic what we're doing there. We can add the component that President Dave Allard is asking for, and we can bring that back here to kind of show that what we're doing. And I think, this is all about transparency and accountability, and it's achievable, and it's something that we can do if given the opportunity to do it.
Thank you very much. Leader Lewis, please go ahead.
Elected Leader Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. The way it is right now, I'll be voting no. I just feel that our governance should be able to do the checks and balances. They're hearing from the people right now that, hey, we want to know the stuff, and so let's make that happen. And I just don't feel that we have to have another committee to follow up with what the board of directors and our executive should be doing and looking out for the checks and balances, making sure it's done right and accountability. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Elected Leader Lewis. Director Hooper, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I would speak against this at this time. We have had conversation, Region 6 has had conversation with their regional governance council committee member. And, I can't speak for her, but she did tell us that the plates are full, take this back on yourselves sort of thing. And I think we've heard from Jazz, this can be done. And, an action item can come out of this conversation that the board, actions that the Jazz can put this to work. So in his words, and yeah, so I totally agree. Carmen spoke well earlier that, postpone it or like put it on hold, but that this should come back to staff. We already have a committee that's coming out of this MNGA for, the first motion that was up. So, we're going to be looking for volunteers for that committee. We do not need another to tax our citizens to volunteer their time for more committees. So yeah, I would have to vote against this at time, and I'm just sharing what I know our regional council member would, governance council member would like me to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did have, after Director Hooper, President Finlayson. I'm not sure if you lowered your hand, if that was on purpose, or if you still wish to speak.
Hi, yeah, well, I was just gonna second that. I really think that it's premature to make this call. I'm gonna vote against it. I agree that everyone already, we've been saying today in this meeting how the volunteers are taxed and no one has any time and we're doing a lot of work. I'd be happy to give Jazza time to implement and be accountable and maybe give a recap of how the accountability is working at our next meeting at the AGM, and then table this for now, and we can always revisit it later. So I vote no.
Oops. Thank you very much. Chairperson Dieger.
Yeah, I'm going to go along with President Massey too. I think we should keep this simple. The MNGA cannot direct staff though, so only the board directs the CEO to operationalize it. So, but this body can certainly direct the board to make this happen. So that's what I think we should do. Question.
Yes, and I'll have our last speaker, Director Fisher, before we get to that question.
Darn you, Louis, you stole my thunder. Yeah, I I think the same thing. This is operations. It's already kind of in the works. Let's find out where it goes. But I'm hearing something else too, that maybe our website, are we not working on our website? Okay. And is there going to be like a porthole? I'm trying to learn you guys' young people's young lingo here. A porthole where like just our charter community presidents can go into, and all of this could be right there. Not?
It's going to be much more structured.
Yes, I'm being advised that there will be a space for community presidents, and it'll be much more structured. So
Yeah, that's good, because I know I tried to go in it here just last week and I got lost too. So I'm feeling it.
great. Thank you very much. So we will proceed to the vote. We will, given that this does not affect legislation, requires a majority vote, we'll go by way of a poll. I know Nicole's been preparing that, so when she's ready, we can post that. If you are in favor of the resolution Unfinished Business 6 as amended, you'll vote in favor. If you're opposed, indicate your opposition, and if you wish to abstain, you can certainly do that as well. And Nicole, when you're ready. There we go. Please enter your votes.
At 42 of 50.
All right, 5 more seconds. And we'll close the voting.
So the votes on this are as follows: 6 in favor, 34 opposed, and 2 abstentions. So the motion is defeated.
Thank you very much. And I will be turning it back over to my colleague for unfinished business number 6. I think our plan, looking at the time, is to see if we can finish number 6 and 7, depending on how long that those take us, and then come back tomorrow for the one that was added earlier this morning. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you. All right, on to unfinished business 6. If I could have the clerk please read the resolution.
Okay, so this is unfinished business item 6. The subject is workforce, payroll, administrative spending, and procurement controls. Does not affect any legislation. It is submitted by the Mikisew Métis Association to the MNGA clerk on January 29th, 2026, and requires a majority vote for approval. Be it resolved that the Métis Nation Governing Assembly directs Métis Nation British Columbia to strengthen workforce and spending accountability by requiring annual public reporting of total workforce headcount, including salary bands and disclosure of individual salaries for all personnel and elected representatives earning more than $75,000 per year. Defined caps on administration, travel, legal meetings, and consulting expenditures expressed as a proportion of total organizational spending and disclosed annually. Annual publication of a comprehensive, I guess it helps if I share this. My apologies. So we are on 3, annual publication of a comprehensive procurement, contractor, and vendor ledger listing all contractors, consultants, and suppliers, including aggregate payment totals. Maintenance of a public registry of agreements, contracts, and memorandums of understanding, including date, scope, purpose, location, value, and term. And adoption of transparent procurement policies aligned with core British Columbia public sector procurement principles adapted to MNBC's governance role. B, the MNBC shall make any consequential amendments necessary to legislation, policies, procedures, and procurement frameworks to implement this resolution.
Thank you so much. All right. I will just look to Vice President Dean to see if she would like to move this resolution.
Yes, please. Lauren Dean, Vice President, Mikisew Métis Association, I so move.
Fantastic. And can is there a seconder, please? Vice President Byrd. Wonderful. All right. Vice President Dean, did you want to speak to the motion or the resolution?
Thank you. I think, again, just speaking to the same kind of an idea that this is something that would increase the transparency and strengthen our relationships and strengthen our nation. I'd also really like to point or to build on what has been mentioned about this being a nation and to align our nation with, say, like the provincial government. Their expectations are that they disclose this information. So following the same understanding, if we're moving towards being a nation, then we should act as if we are a nation and meet the minimum requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice President Byrd, did you want to speak to the resolution?
Nothing further. We discussed it well earlier.
Thank you. All right. Is there any further discussion on this resolution? Chairperson Carrier, please go ahead.
Thank you, Carmen Carrier, Métis Women BC Chair. I'm just wondering, with this resolution, if we could have some specifics to prioritizing Métis and Indigenous companies and contractors. Could that language be added? I think it's important that we center our Métis business people first and foremost, and I hope there's some support for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Carrier. Just one moment, please. All right, so Chairperson Carrier, you're proposing an amendment to include some wording about preference for Métis businesses. Do you have specific wording that you would like to see for that amendment? And where would you like it to be?
I would talk about maybe like the point 3 where you have procurement, contractor, and vendor. Maybe you could add some language specific to considering Métis and Indigenous contractors first as a priority.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just see Anna's hand up. Maybe you can speak to this.
Thank you. I just want to say that our procurement and vendor policies do have language in them with recognizing Indigenous and Métis vendors specifically. So we do give preferential treatment there that already exists.
Chairperson Carrier, does that change anything for you, or do you want to continue with the amendment?
So maybe that should be added if we already have that language, if that could be pulled up and added to this added to this motion. I think that's important.
Okay, just give us a few minutes.
sort of jump in, but we've got legal exact language that could be added here, and that's what we use. It's been vetted already by legal. So I think that's the best way forward. But I love the idea of putting it in there.
Okay, one moment, please. While we're just working on pulling up that language, we can go to President Allard.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm just wondering, perhaps get some clarification on the timelines related to this. Perhaps Jazz or Anna may have some input. What I'm wondering is, this is one perfect, very timely example of a resolution that will require follow-up to make sure that, presuming it passes, that the implementation happens. We do have to define the timeline so that it happens in a timely manner, and beyond that, that the intent and purposes are adequately respected here. So it's kind of fortuitous that this one is following the previous one. And I voted against the committee. I think the discussion we had was a great one, and we're all aligned on that. We just got to make sure that we follow through with what we're talking about here. So perhaps someone can add to the timeline the portion of this. I think it's fairly crucial, or else it's open-ended. Thank you.
I see, Chairperson Diego, did you want to respond to that?
No, actually, mine was just about protecting PIPA, protecting people's identities with the individual salaries for all personnel was just another friendly amendment. I think we need to cover ourselves legally, but I'll defer to Anna for that.
Okay, Anna, did you want to respond?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that we just do need to look at some of those disclosures and just ensure that we are respecting confidentiality in regards, to our vendors and our consultants.
Thank you. Just one moment. Anna, can we also ask you to respond to the question about timelines and kind of from an operational perspective? It does say annual public reporting, but do you have any insight around the timeline for something like this if we were to pass it?
I think for something like this, I think I'm going to have to take it back to the team and just sort of look at the capacity and the resources that we have right now. I would hate to give a timeline and then not be able to meet that. I don't know that we could have something like this comprehensive prepared for the AGM with all the other reporting changes that we are making. But, I would endeavor to have it perhaps by the following MNGA.
Wonderful, thank you. It looks like we're just working on the wording for this amendment. I guess, yeah, we'll just hold tight for 1 second and we will try to get this going. Vice President Byrd, I do still have you on my speakers list, and I do see your note in the chat here about section 5.
My comment is more about the amendment or the motion as a whole, not the amendment. So feel free to hold me for when we're talking about the whole thing once more.
Perfect. We'll hold on to you just for a minute, but I have you on my list. All right, Chairperson Carrier, it looks like we have the wording for the amendment. So I just want to make sure that this is in line with what you wanted in here.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
Wonderful. Okay, so we do need a seconder for this amendment. Is there anyone who would like to second? I see Vice President Byrd. And then would you like to speak to the amendment?
No, I think it's self-explanatory. It echoes language that I previously inserted into an MOU with MNBC regarding a development project.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, is there any discussion on the amendment in red text? Seeing none, we will check for unanimous consent on this amendment. Are there any objections to the amendment in red being added to this resolution? All right, seeing none, the amendment is passed and is now part of the wording of the resolution. And I will loop back to you, Vice President Byrd, because you said you wanted to speak to the resolution as a whole.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the comment around PIPA being protection of disclosure of salaries. And I don't, perhaps the way around that is to share the salary grid that MNBC has, because it doesn't take much for somebody to look at a job posting. And as we discussed earlier, all job postings have a salary associated with it and then do the tracking of who's hired into positions, etc. It's just a lot of unnecessary work. But if we have the salary grid, perhaps that covers the various the question in place. And then I had another question. Nope, it's gone. That was my main one. Thanks.
Thank you. Anna, can I pass that to you to respond to?
Yeah, absolutely. And like as you said, you know, our salary ranges are posted on our job postings, and we do have formal classifications and grids. I don't see any issues with having that resource available. Like we're talking about making available a number of resources. And absolutely, I think that's one. It's standard across MNBC, and there's no opposition from me for that.
Thank you. And my thought came back, which was around the timing question. As we've discussed, some policies and things are already done. MNBC just hasn't shared them. So I don't think it has to be like a comprehensive, here's all of everything all together that gets released. If you can release things as they are, like make them available as you have them, I think that might tighten the timeline or at least allow us to have some things to discuss and look at well before December.
Absolutely. And we have a number of items related to this in regards to revisions to our procurement policy, our preferred vendor list, and like a number of other things coming out. So, and the things that we already have. So those we can absolutely release quicker rather than later.
Wonderful. Okay. Any further discussion on this resolution as presented? I see President Wingham. Please go ahead.
Anthony Wingham, with Métis Society. I'm just wondering if we've made an amendment for the procurement for preferred vendor submission for Métis owned businesses. Should we have some sort of amendment for the workforce of the nation to be for Métis people?
Thank you. Is there someone who can speak to that? Colleen, please go ahead.
Thank you. We have a policy around that, and it's part of the procurement piece that we need to seriously consider and take care of our Métis people first for employment opportunities. They are the priority, absolutely, all the time, and it's actually in the procurement policy.
Thank you very much. And Director Fisher.
So, this is a bit of a burr in my bonnet. I do totally agree that we need to be hiring our Métis people. If they're applying for the job and there's two people that are applying and they both have the same credentials, and our Métis people should move forward. I want the best. And if that means that it's somebody that isn't Métis, that's the way I think. So for me to, I want the best people moving our nation forward. And we have a lot of people that are working for us that aren't Métis, that are incredibly talented and passionate and give and give and give to us.
Thank you. President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni, Lakewood, Métis. Colleen, how many Métis employees do we have, and how many non-Métis employees do we have?
Colleen, do you want to respond?
Absolutely. President Graham, for sure. And I just love that question because we were in discussions about that last week. And our People and Culture Department is putting together those exact stats right now because we get weekly updates or monthly updates on, or any kind of updates if we hire staff, like all kinds of people and culture updates. But one of them is, where are we at any given point in time? How many Métis citizens or Métis self-identified people or First Nations people that we have working with the MNBC at any given time? And the part we're kind of digging into a bit deeper on that is when people are interviewed for employment at MNBC, we worked a lot with people in culture and citizenship through just Métis identity and how to ask questions in a really culturally appropriate way to for someone to self-determine as an Indigenous person when they're applying for employment with MNBC. And if they do self-identify as Métis, we go a little bit further and ask them if they're a citizen, and if they are, would they like to share that with us? So we have Métis people, including citizens working for MNBC, that haven't declared that when we've hired them. Maybe it's just their own personal sensitive identity question. So we're trying to make sure those statistics, if you will, that about Métis people, self-identified citizens that work for MNBC, but also we know we have people working for MNBC that are Métis that haven't identified when they're recruited. So we're trying to understand why. So the numbers are what they are, but I know it doesn't include some Métis people that have not made that statement when they're recruited. So we're working with people in culture on the recruitment process to maybe, and culture, heritage, and language to understand if we're doing it right and if we could do it better, so that Métis people can just, walk in the door, sit down, or go to an interview and say, yes, I'm Métis, and these are my family names, and this is where I'm from. Or First Nations, because we have First Nations people that are often very interested in coming to work for the nation. So yeah, I don't know, but I can get back to you. And I guess this goes to the information about sharing this with the chartered communities. So again, I think maybe on a quarterly basis, and I know I shared a little bit about these quarterly community engagement session pieces where we could do it. But to Caitlin's point too about we get regular updates from PNC on, how many people were recruited in the last quarter, let's say, or how many people retired, or all these statistics or whatever. We can share that data with the chartered communities because it's not a privacy issue. We don't include names, but we say, yeah, in the last month we hired 5 Métis citizens, or 3 First Nation citizens and 5 Métis citizens, or we didn't hire any. But I think it's about sharing that information so that you have it all the time, and it's not this kind of drought period where, the chartered communities don't really know what's going on in this sense, and then all of a sudden it's just a massive AGM kind of dump. I think we need to figure out a better way to do it and tell you all the time who we're hiring. And so just on that point, just one more thing, because I'm kind of thinking this might work. In the past, we have never advertised our job postings with our Métis chartered communities, and I think we need to. I think when we're posting for positions, they need to go to all the chartered communities, so you can look within your communities if you know someone that's potentially a good applicant for this job. We just got to start thinking about everything we do and including you in it. So there's a few things in play, but those are things that are easy to do and we can do quickly. So we can start sending out job postings. We were planning for, what are we in? We're just in June now. By the middle to the end of June, and just send them all. But again, as chartered communities, we don't want to send a bunch of stuff and emails out to you about job postings for working at MNBC and making that a burden of any kind. So it would be sending them out, and if somebody was interested, or whether you thought we should send them out, or you don't want to hear from, you don't want us to send them out, it's totally up to you. But we're just trying to figure out better ways to share everything that's going on, because I know there's Métis people out there in your communities that would probably be interested, and we're not capturing in the traditional ways that we're advertising employment. So I know that's a long answer. Sorry, June, my apologies.
Thanks, Colleen. Yeah, I mean, I've phoned into MNBC before and got folks that I can't understand. And I finally just end the call because I am too uncomfortable to keep asking what they said. So, and to the comment that Director Fisher made about you want the best, I kind of like it stopped me in my tracks for a sec because I'm thinking, how about our young people that are don't have any kind of experience? How could our nation not want to build them up and teach them instead of sending them to other places that teach them ways that don't honor our ways? So I mean, it was kind of, yeah, it didn't settle right in my guts because I sometimes the best is teaching people. Like we all are experts on something, but we didn't get that way. We weren't born that way. We were taught that way. And so just like our young people, perhaps older people that are coming back into the workforce, we need to provide a safe environment for them to get work experience. And so sometimes the best is not the best. Sometimes we need to hold those ones up that are just beginning. So, yeah, I think that's good food for thought. And we need to keep it open to jobs being available in-house, at their house in the communities, and not have to move to Surrey. Moving to Surrey is a huge expense. The cost of living there is outrageous as opposed to Port Alberni. And for someone that could do the job, they could do it from their office here in our town. So, okay. And David Allard's calling for questions. So, anyway, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to, I see that President Allard has called the question. So we are going to finish off our speaker list with Vice President Byrd.
I was just going to say that I agree that we need to have good people, and I really value those who aren't Métis who work for MNBC because they do good work on behalf of our nation. So I do want to recognize all those good people in MNBC. And I really appreciate how MNBC's job postings explicitly say that if you don't meet all the qualifications, apply anyways because we will help support you. And so they do open that door for mentorship and for learning and for building people into the positions. And so I just want to acknowledge that MNBC is, it seems to me anyway, as somebody who doesn't work for MNBC, it seems like they are trying to walk a balance of having our own people serving our own people and working for the nation, while also ensuring that we have amazing allies who are doing work in our nation also. So I just want to recognize that it's a difficult balance to navigate. And I think MNBC is doing a good job in that. And we can always get better. No matter what we do, we will always have room for improvement. But I do want to hold our hands up to all the amazing allies who work for the nation, and also MNBC for allowing opportunities for mentorship and growth.
Thank you so much. All right. With that, we will end our discussion, and we will see if there is unanimous consent for unfinished business 6. Any objections? Seeing none, the resolution carries. And we are moving on to unfinished business 7. I know that we are just after our end of day according to our agenda, but we're going to push through and do this last one, and then we can come back fresh tomorrow morning for our motion A, I believe is what we've called it. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. So let's get to this last one then. Unfinished business 7. If I could ask the clerk to please read the resolution.
Unfinished business 7, the subject is capital assets, program outcomes, revenue strategy, and strategic alignment. It does not affect any legislation. It is submitted by Mikisew Métis Association to the MNGA clerk on January 29th, 2026, and requires a majority vote for approval. Be it resolved that the Métis Nation Governing Assembly directs Métis Nation British Columbia to strengthen long-term sustainability and strategic accountability by requiring 1, full public disclosure of all idle or underutilized capital assets and land holdings, including operating plans and timelines for use. 2, annual income reporting for all major programs, including programs exceeding $5 million, with clear objectives, measures, and results. 3, development and publication of a rolling 3-year economic development and own source revenue strategy. And formal MNGA review and opportunity for comment on multi-year strategic plans prior to adoption, including disclosure of anticipated resource implications, any governance or policy changes required to support implementation, and the measures that will be used to track progress against the strategic plan over its term. B, the MNBC shall make any consequential amendments necessary to strategic planning and reporting frameworks to give effect to this resolution.
Thank you, Clerk. Once again, I'm going to look to Vice President Dean to see if you would like to move this resolution.
Lauren Dean, Vice President, Mikisew Métis Association. I so move.
Thank you so much. And a second, please. President Wingham, wonderful. Vice President Dean, would you like to speak to the resolution?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, did I miss my turn? Okay.
Nope, I was just coming to you right now. It's your
Okay,
turn right
great.
a second.
Okay.
Did you want to speak to the resolution?
Yes, okay, here we go. The same thing, right? This just strengthens what we're doing, and it allows the MNGA to be part of this process. And I think all we want is to be included and to be considered and to be consulted, right? So I think this is something that will help us achieve that and strengthen our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And President Wingham, did you want to speak to the resolution?
No, just in support.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there any other discussion? Any comments, questions? I'm seeing none. All righty. With that, then I will look to see if there is unanimous consent for this resolution. Any objections? Once again, seeing none, the resolution carries. And that is the end of our day today. So we are going to, oh, I see hands now. Is this in relation to the resolution? Or are these objections?
No, this is not about the resolution, just something else.
Just something else. Okay. Is it something that we should talk about after the adjournment, or should we do it now?
No, well, I just if
ahead.
I'm going to be stepping out and my vice president's going to be doing here tomorrow, so if I could get the resolution that was passed that we'll be discussing tomorrow, if that could get emailed out to us so I could share it with her so she can read it before. Thanks.
It has been emailed out to everybody to the emails that you registered for this meeting with. So
Okay.
you may need to forward it to your VP, but you should have it.
10-4. Thanks.
Perfect. Chairperson Carrier.
Yes, I just want to quickly, if we could raise it with the Assembly, there has been a precedent set for having council members for the 2S, the women and the youth join in camera. When I was a council member, I was able to join in camera. At the last MNGA, our council members were able to join in camera. So should the Assembly vote to go in camera tomorrow, I would like to ask that we clear that up now so that the council members can have the invite so that they can join the in-camera procession if that happens.
What I'm going to suggest, given that President Jobin was an example, I don't know if everyone's quite had a chance to read through it all in its entirety. It may be, depending, given the wording on there, the decision to or not to go in camera will be made tomorrow morning once people have a question. But I would ask that in respect of Chairperson Carrier's question, that people turn their minds to that overnight. Of who else could be allowed to come in for the purposes of any in-camera session that is entered, if it is at all. So people could kind of turn their minds, and those chairpersons that are present, just maybe being able to, or advising your regional representatives to kind of be on the ready. Because if it is agreed that way, then the links would have to be sent out to those. So if perhaps overnight, if you could just make sure you've got the email addresses to which those invitations should be sent.
It would be
And
their
then we can load
MNBC.
in and have it ready.
It would be
Perfect.
their
Their MNBC
email.
ones. Perfect. Yeah. So we can have that loaded on the back end and ready to go once that decision's made by the assembly. President Copeland? Oh, hand went down. Chairperson Dieger?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, is I kind of see this as two discussions tomorrow. One is specifically about sanctions, which I believe should go in camera. The other is the motion itself. So I'm not sure if people, the assembly wants to think about that because one definitely is in camera and the other one isn't, and there will be a vote. So I'm just putting that out for discussion or consideration.
Yeah, and I think once everyone has an opportunity to have go and check the resolution that was added, Resolution A, if you haven't, it may be when you look through it, it may be decided that going into camera, because certain things may not actually be necessary for the purposes of that discussion, it may be, and so we can people can have overnight to consider their positions and questions that they may have, and we can visit that tomorrow morning. Leader Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like, as per our special MNGA, I was able to, my vice president was able to attend the in-camera. So I would think that I'm sure the other communities would like their vices or their presidents, if they are watching, which I know my vice president is. Hi, Jan. The opportunity to attend as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll have that discussion, one, whether to go in camera, and if that is the decision, who should be entitled to come in. And so for those that are wishing to, assuming their vice president or alternate, if I put it that way, if it's a vice president attending, send in the email address so that we know.
Yeah, they can just sign up through the link.
They can just sign up through the registration link. Okay. The alternate can. So, but we'll address that tomorrow morning. With that, we will see you everyone tomorrow morning. We'll plan to start right at 9 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Mountain Time with our roll call and proceed with Resolution A. Other than that, I hope everyone has a good evening, and we shall see you tomorrow morning. Bye.